Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer. Are you ready?
Here on day 2 of the Grenke Chess Festival, you can really feel the energy of a new generation. They come to learn, they come to grow, they come to understand that every loss is part of the journey, and every game a step forward.
They're coming to me, they want to make a selfie, do a lot of signatures. I like this, it's a lot of fun, and I'm just a fan too.
Today, they face the idols who once inspired them to begin. And one day, some of them will step onto the main stage themselves.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third day of the Grenke Chess Festival from Karlsruhe, the Schwarzwaldhalle, the Convention Center, an incredible playing hall. My name is Peter Leko, my partner in crime, Alexander Donchenko. Alex, tell me, how do you feel, how exhausted you are? I'm feeling extremely exhausted, and I'm very happy about it, because this case, at least we can feel, we can somehow sense how the players are doing.
I would say it was definitely a very exciting day, and it was a long day, and it was a very dramatic day, especially the way that Vincent's game ended yesterday. And I think we're going to get much more of this today, since now people are clashing with almost equal ratings by now. And it's going to be very, very interesting to watch this one as well. I hope we can make it through it all. It is tiring because we are there no matter how long any individual game goes. And let's see what the players will have to offer for us.
Yes, that it was dramatic, yeah, especially for me personally, was completely crazy last night with Vincent. But yeah, there we see the results. The top stars are basically cruising. We have seen a couple of draws on top boards, but still no incredible big upsets. There we see the standings, and soon we will be seeing the pairings. As you highlighted, yeah, we will be having some very big heavyweight clashes already. I mean, Tabatabaei on the top board faces Magnus Carlsen. Tabatabaei just freshly won the Reykjavik Open in a brilliant style. Yesterday, he played one of the most beautiful games at the start of the day. Jan Nepomniachtchi is up against Parham Maksudlu, another incredible pairing, but just let's scroll down. For example, Morsin against Keymer, yeah? This is a clash of prodigies, kind of, and it's always a prestige duel when Vincent plays someone younger, who is climbing. Also Vohidov against Abdusatulov, Fedosiev, Joe Bava. I'm so happy to see both of them here on 3 out of 3.
Yeah, I think by now at the top boards, people are going to know most of the players already. So all we can do is tell something more about them. And I think there are some very, very strong players here, probably all of them, who already made it to 3 out of 3. And I believe we have 18 players on 3 points, so there's still a board 9, also with 3 out of 3 clashing. And it's going to be exciting to see who can keep up this pace, who can stay on 100%.
Yeah, Benjamin Bock against Maxim Vasilaglav. The playing hall, the beautiful playing hall that I just can't get enough of. It's just so fantastic. And I was talking yesterday also with people after the day that they are so happy to be here. There is this atmosphere, there is this synergy between players, spectators, chess lovers, top stars, and everything. It's very special.
Indeed. And what do you think, Peter? Out of the top boards, are we going to see some favorites actually lose today? What is your prediction?
Well, I feel like, okay, favorites are playing top stars as well, so it's very much in the air, yeah, that this is not a round where already we can see the first big upsets, like the top stars eventually losing. You just never know. They are also pushing always for a win. This gives the other strong players great chances. I had the honor of having breakfast with Nyepo this morning, and he was in very good mood. I told him that, yeah, Parham is very good, he said, but I felt like he feels he is good as well, so Nyepo is not intimidated.
Actually, Peter, I believe the pairings we are seeing on our live boards might be different from the ones we saw just now. At least if I remember, we had, I remember Fedoseev was not playing Chigaev,
Chigaev, because I even highlighted that Fedoseev, Jobava, I'm so happy seeing them, and yeah, we have exactly that we will have to check.
It was a bit curious because I think I saw Duda on the pairings we saw previously, who is actually on 2.5, so it is unlikely he's playing at the very top boards.
Yes, but very good. Eagle eyes in the morning. I'm really, I have to tell everyone, I'm not working properly in the early hours. The later stages, I'm getting back more and more inside.
Not even the pairings are working properly yet, so
yes.
we will see that in due time when the round starts. We'll have it sorted out. And I'm actually very much looking forward to Fedoseev Chigaev as well, because I know they're good friends. They have worked together on chess, and they might even have a similar approach to many positions.
Exactly. Yeah, they are both creative. They don't like to go for absolute main lines. They like to have their own ways. And which better format you can do that than in freestyle chess, Fischer random chess, when you have the creative position right from the beginning. Yeah, very interesting pairing. We also know that, yeah, like you mentioned, Duda made a draw, Levon made a draw, but they are all on 2.5. So if they win their games in the first round today, in the fourth round, then they will be climbing up very quickly, because it is just no way too many people will stay on 100% for too long.
Absolutely. And there's also that when you are when you start with 2.5 out of 3, it's not exactly bad, yeah? 3 out of 3 is, of course, the perfect score, yeah? But being half a point behind in this kind of competition, it's definitely very much within striking distance. So I think even very strong players like Levon or Duda, they will not be too unhappy, because they still won their games. They're already facing serious opponents, and they will do their best to keep up with the very top.
Yes, and we see that there is already big suspense in the playing hall. Sven Lopez, the organizer, the mastermind behind the whole festival, is on stage already. The players are coming. Any moment we will be heading to the stage. I'm already very excited. And Parham is sitting there. Parham is ready. Parham is always ready. We talked about it yesterday, that if he's not on stage, then somewhere backstage he is blitzing, asking for someone to join him. And yeah, he's just such a chess lover. He always enjoys everything. There we have tremendous pairings, but for me somehow Nyepo against Parham stands out even in this crowd, because they are so special.
Yeah, it's also going to be interesting to see if Nepo tries to keep up his blistering pace, or if Parham will manage to force him to slow down. And I think it's going to be an exciting game.
Yes, it was actually so funny that yesterday then I read the article on chess.com about the tournament, but I think, yeah, before I will leave that story for later. I just see that Sven is ready. Yes, so let's head to the playing area. Sven, the floor is all yours.
Von den Chess Tigers von der Firma Millennium eine Präsentation von Schachcomputern mit der Big Greek, 12 Uhr. Und die Firma Chessbase, die hier sehr offensiv die ganze Veranstaltung begleitet, stellt alle Produkte am Chess Tiger Stand minus 10% zur Verfügung und Booklets und so weiter können gerne mitgenommen werden.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to round 4 here in Karlsruhe. Two couple of points of information today at noon at the Chess Tigers stand. There will be a presentation around the Millennium Chess program with the Big Greek, so you can attend that. And our friends from Chessbase also have a 10% discount today, so you can visit them right there outside the playing hall.
Und diese Veranstaltung hier ist ja die größte Schachparty der Welt. Aber es gibt eben auch immer wieder Menschen, die nicht jeden Tag einen glücklichen Tag haben. Es geht ja für uns alle auch. Und wir haben einen Hinweis bekommen, ähnlich wie im Vorjahr, von dem Verein, diesmal einem anderen Verein, aber ähnlicher Hintergrund, Kinderträume e.V. aus Berlin. Und da gibt es einen jungen Mann, der den wahnsinnigen Traum hat, sein Namenspartner Morsin and Keymer einmal ganz nahe zu sein, einen Zug an seinem Brett auszuführen und die Auslosung machen zu dürfen. Und diesen Traum möchten wir heute gerne erfüllen.
Now we'd like to welcome to the stage Vincent. He's over there in the corner. Give him a warm round. Well, there are two Vincents. It's a little confusing. I'm not talking about Vincent over here, but right there by the table, we're delighted to have him as a special guest today. It was his dream to make the opening move. And Vincent, I'm so happy to have you. You can take a step forward to the bowl. And are you ready? Ja, kannst du noch reinlegen. Okay, so now's the big moment. We're going to find out the first position of the day, and it is number 534. Position 534, 534. Thank you so much, Vincent. Give him another round of applause as he moves over for the official first move.
So, Vincent heißt mit vollem Namen Vincent Wilkes und er darf jetzt am Brett von Morsin Keymer den ersten Zug symbolisch gegen Vincent dann ausführen. Vielen Dank, Vincent. Darfst ruhig noch ein bisschen stehen bleiben, die ersten Minuten, und hier den Rahmen genießen. So, heute ist das Aufbauen der Figuren ganz einfach. Wir müssen König und Dame tauschen und das war's dann schon. Deswegen schaue ich schon mal zum Ufuk. Wie sieht es denn aus? Sind wir schon soweit? Die Paarungen sind frei. Viel Spaß.
You may start the clocks. Good luck.
Ja.
Ich habe der gestern 500 Euro gegeben, die habe ich mir beim Johnny geliehen. Das ist Gemisch aus der Stadtgeldkasse einfach.
Okay, alles klar.
Wieder 500
Ich habe mich gewundert, dass sie nicht gekommen ist, weil wir waren verabredet. Hast du schon belegt?
Welcome back, everyone. Well, we are in a state of shock because something happened that should have never happened. The position that we have on the board, this is 534, and as we have just seen, it is the starting position, but with the queens and the kings reversed. This is the nightmare of all nightmares. Yeah, I remember some Hollywood posters posting about chess and then mixing things up, and I say, like, come on, can't you just ask an expert or anyone to check your posters? You cannot do this to chess. And then we are having this. We have seen the first reaction by Magnus Carlsen. He was getting up from the board. He just wanted, he left it because he just doesn't want to look at it. Alex, what do you make of this?
This depends on which side you're playing from, but either very fortunate or very unfortunate. It's definitely, let's say, the one position that probably some of the players know, in fact, because it might be something you look at, even out of curiosity. Since it is very close to the classical starting position, we also see that the engine's top choice by a fair margin is d4. And I would assume it could lead to something like, if we play the next move, something like knight c3, bishop f4, and long castle in one go, we might be playing the standard e4 openings, mirrored, and getting the rook to the center immediately. I don't know, what are your thoughts, Peter?
Well, my thoughts are that I never wanted to think about this position ever in my life. And then last year at the Grand Slam Tour's Paris leg, at the closing ceremony, suddenly I see players discussing this position. Nodirbek Abdusattorov was on the front row and he was saying that, you know, this is losing, and he started showing some lines. I was not following, I just looked there for 10 seconds or like this, and there was some heavy debate. Players were analyzing, of course, without computers, that. And what you just said, this d4, knight c3, bishop f4, long castle, e4, all this kind of stuff, and it was some reversed French with d5, e6, knight f6. Oh my God, no, this is, I feel immediately like a petition should be signed, you know, that no, we just dismiss this. I do remember that in the players' meetings, the players did talk about this in the very first year, that maybe this position should be eliminated together with the classical starting position, but then, it somehow stayed.
Well, as we can see, if you play the game long enough, eventually it might come up, and here the players have to deal with it. By the way, we are jokingly being informed that what I said to the first few moves might be the best version ever of the Jubava London. Speaking of which, does Jubava get white here? I'm wondering.
I think that he was playing black. So let's even call out the pairings. Yeah, that who are the players who are facing this total nightmare with black? They are now the absolute handicapped guys: Magnus Carlsen, Parham Magsoglu, Leo Mendonca, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Vincent Keymer, Maxim Chigaev, Badul Jobava, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and Doronavali Harika, all 3 out of 3. By the way, Meruert...
she's also 3 out of 3.
Yes, Kamaridanova, also 3 out of 3, facing Jan Krzysztof Duda. No, this is... I somehow really hope, I'm rooting for the players who play with the black pieces, that they somehow survive this. Let all this game end in a draw, fair play, and then we continue the tournament.
Well, as you said, Nodirbek Abdusattorov was actually saying things about this position that he looked at before. So I'm very sure he might have some ideas here from the black side as well.
Yeah, well, one could argue that it's maybe even good news that poor Nodirbek is black, because if he would be blitzing out, you know, that this is the way, and then people would follow. However, it's very easy to understand that d4 is the move. Yeah, already, I mean, Tabatabaei has played the move d4. And somehow, I don't know, maybe black better do some hippopotamus business. Yeah, that's some unorthodox stuff, not to mirror with this d4, d5, because that looks absolutely horrifying. Playing the Scandinavian with d4, e5, and then try to activate the queen, and then if your opponent is not prepared, maybe you get a chance. But the fact that these castles, which is normally the long castle, the king from d1, going to c1 and the rook on d1, this changes so much, yeah, because white will castle and will immediately target black's king.
Yeah, it activates basically all his pieces by maybe a whole move by a whole move faster than usual, and it will be interesting to see. I believe also many white players already went for their first move. I think it was d4 quite often, but I'm not sure if it was exclusive. They all notice, of course, that the position is very close to
And
the
now
starting
also
one.
let's take a look at the correct pairings. Everything has been corrected, so now what you see there on our screen is the correct pairings. And we see Tabatabaei against Magnus Carlsen. 1d4 has been played. Believe me, all these players know exactly that. Wait a second, 1d4 looks so tempting. Let me go for it. Let my opponent think about it, because after d4, black is in a total nightmare scenario. Black will have to try to decide on some strategy. Wow, breaking news. Morsin played e4 against Keymer. This just shows that he's not experienced in freestyle chess at all, because this e4, e5 is probably a normal move, but certainly at least the worst has passed for black.
Wait, do you see this? Is that correct? Did Vokhidov play 1g3?
This is fair play. Okay, the two Uzbek guys playing against each other. Can you imagine you are playing against your number one player of your country, your favorite, your friend, your hero and everything, and then you wanna go 1d4 and crush him?
I don't believe this can be right. We will see, but also there is no way that either of those would on purpose play a bad move. If the position is on the board, you play the position on the board.
Yeah, probably, but yeah, let's wait for confirmation.
Because it is quite hard to believe, but we'll see. I mean, e4 is a move that you could play. Also, think about it. If we, from this position, if we get the most natural, let's say 1e4 classical opening, which here would be d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6, bishop f4.
Yes, it's Italian, yeah, turbocharged Italian.
Exactly, and already here, knight c6 is probably not possible, because the knight b5 lines are likely not to work out the way they work out in a mirrored way.
Yes, absolutely. No, this is a completely different kind of story. The body language tells it all. Magnus is thinking, taking his time. How do I stay alive? Parham is walking. He wants to look, to share the pain. I feel like sharing the pain is not the situation for all the players with the black pieces.
Parham already made at least one move, though. I believe he was not faced with 1d4, though. Yeah.
Ah, wow, e4, knight c6, Tony Miles in action. Wow.
I think, again, for me, this is more like d4, knight f6.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's play some Nimzo Indian. I don't know. It's yeah, Vincent, I think, is also happy at least that, okay, I agree to be worse. I just don't want to lose outright. Yeah, this is the problem. And after d4, the problem is that, yeah, okay, let's enjoy a little bit e4, knight c6 on the board, because this at least a little bit is a chess game. f4, and we are heading, and Jan is smiling. Are we going to see a Catalan Nimzo Quincy, and then what are we going to see? Jan is of course fantastic.
Yeah,
Just
we'll
love the way how he reacts.
It is possible we actually see a lot of mirrored openings, because the only difference happens after white castles or black castles to either side. So e4, f4, you have to imagine is like d4, c4 in the standard starting position. And
but wait a second, what about playing the Grünfeld? Can Parham say, Jan, I'm playing you? Can I play the Grünfeld against you with b6? Oh, wow. This can be a lot of fun. In fact, I'm super happy, because I was very worried that on every single board we're going to see 1d4 and it will be a horror run. No, now we are having already some fun.
Yeah, I think many players will just kind of aim for sort of an opening they know in a mirrored fashion. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they both come up with.
Yes, okay, if we already have the chance to analyze, then let's even head to Jan's game against Parham. Magnus is taking his time after d4, and all the players facing d4. To that problem we will come back later. Let's enjoy something, and there we go, d6. And we still have Catalan, all the Quincy, Ragozins, Nimzos, everything possible. Wow, so what we are talking about, yes, this is like in normal chess, d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Now if white plays the so-called knight c3, which is now knight f3, then black plays the move bishop g4, which is bishop b4, and we get this Nimzo-Indian kind of stuff. Super funny, of course, with the details that the castles are somewhat different.
This is very confusing to me, and now probably both players are trying to figure out in which line it would be an advantage to have the king on c1 and rook on d1, or have a disadvantage for your opponent in that.
Yes, Jan played the move, and he goes for the Catalan. b3. Wow, okay, this is good. This is simply amazing, because now we will get the chance to see where it's heading. My first impression is that black should be very happy about it, because it is not that critical. Yeah, black will probably be able to set his foot on the ground, because okay, what can happen? Yeah, if we play, for example, the classical stuff,
Bishop b2.
Bishop b2, and I don't want to do any fancy business. I just want to play the classical setup.
Yeah. No, it's especially since black already kind of gets out of the opening in a solid manner. Yeah, he might lose a tempo somewhere down the road if he's unlucky, and he gets caught in not the best line there. But still, a Catalan, even reversed like this, is still a Catalan. And
but wait a second, I also saw it like this. But let's make just 2 more moves with castles happening, and then let's take a new look so that everyone understands what we are talking about. That this is, after all, not the complete Catalan, because the castles is these castles, now also white castles like this, which means that probably all these d takes c4, e takes f4 moves are met by d4 with this lovely Catalan kind of compensation. It did not have to lose tempo on rook e1, right?
that's true, yeah. That's why I said you have to watch out which line you go for, but you can still play, let's say, knight g e7 or something, yeah?
And then f6, yes,
you can,
exactly this.
Yeah, it's also eventually probably both sides will have to go king b1, king b8. In fact, if they both went this way here, the difference is only that the rooks already moved to the e file. It's not at all clear who benefits from this, and some kind of closed Catalan will eventually lead to some very standard type of play, I believe. It's just very confusing because of the mirrored nature of
it. But I think this is fantastic news for us commentators, because we have the chance to move the pieces. We can compare the different openings, the strategies, and basically everybody who follows our show might become big experts in many different openings, because we'll be seeing and talking about many different mirror stuff. All right, so we have seen this. At least the live position is just the starting position after g3, and we see the Benoni. f5.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
And Alex, you are the Benoni player. You have the spirit. Tell us how you feel about this f5.
I'm thinking that if white goes e5 here, this might be one of those cases where the long castle instead of short castle benefits black, because the rook 99% of the time goes to e8 in the original Benoni, which would be d8 here.
Yes, so let's just make those moves so that you can highlight your
e6,
big point.
Knight f3, b6, bishop b2, bishop b7, knight c3, long castle. You have to move it onto the rook.
Pardon me, this would be disqualification, yes.
Long castle. And this position, again, with king b1, king b8, this would actually be a theoretical position. But here, we'll have to see. d4 is a serious move. So the natural idea would be to play knight d4.
Yes.
However, here it might not work out well due to takes and knight b5, hitting the unprotected pawn, which, of course, in the standard Benoni is covered by the king. And this looks to be pretty good for white. So you would have to come up with another move instead of knight d4.
Sometimes even they play a6, which is h6 there, yes? It's also a typical kind of move or not?
It is, yes. It's just that here probably d4 would hit the board, and when it does, it's usually a pretty good situation for white.
Yes. Isn't it the Dingliren line? He mastered this rook e1 move order in this g3 Catalan to perfection?
I'm not sure if he was the first one, but I know it became kind of the main line alongside bishop f4 by now. And I've faced both, and it is a very serious try. So here, both players kind of have to see if it plays out to their advantage.
Yeah, wow. Okay, this is very interesting. It just shows again why we love Parham so much. Yes, he feels like, guys, let's entertain ourselves. The first moves played today on the top boards, so basically all of the boards. Yeah, I never know exactly how many games boards we have. And so 37 times d4, those are 37 nightmares for black. e4 26, we don't know exactly how bad that is. And then...
Now, we know that e4 was the second best move. It was about plus 0.25 in the starting evaluation. So it's probably around where most other positions are.
And then knight f3, g3, the fair play move. Can we give a fair play prize to the player who played the move g3? If it's really Wahidov, we appreciate it. And that's why Uzbekistan, but we have to get confirmation, but that's why I feel like Uzbekistan is such an incredible national team, because they stick together. Yeah, there is definitely a rivalry and everything, but you certainly don't want to take advantage of other for some mysterious reasons, some destiny. So we will have a closer look. Yeah, there we see d4 0.54, e4 0.25, knight c3 0.22, d3. Okay, d3 would be another fair play prize. Yeah,
I'm finding it very curious that the moves d3 and f3 ranked above, let's say, f4, which is kind of the equivalent of c4 in the normal starting position.
Yes.
Apparently here there is some reason why the computer likes them better. But we actually see a Benoni on the board between Nepo and Parham.
Yes.
I think we can go back there.
I also feel that maybe can we get the bird's eye view? We need first moves from both players. And d4 f5 on the board. Breaking news: Magnus has just played the move f5. He goes out of the symmetry business. He's trying to play a Dutch, but this is not really a Dutch. Is this a Sicilian?
This is a Sicilian, yeah.
It is. And look at this, the confusion on Tabatabaei's face. What is this now? Dutch or Sicilian? What are we dealing with? Yeah, what kind of directions do I have? Do I play Rossolimo? Do I play anti-Sveshnikov? What is happening?
And in a Sicilian, it would definitely make a big difference if you can castle and move the rook to d1 in one go. I believe in many positions. So we'll see about that. Yeah, we see knight c3, again, the standard move I would expect.
Yeah, the good news for white is also that white does not really have to think. His play is very natural, and I'm not sure how quickly Magnus will make up his mind, because he had to decide on his first move, which was tough enough, and then he called it. Probably he has something in mind, but...
I think he would go for something like knight f6 followed by b6, like something like a Rossolimo trying to get there. I would expect that.
That's set up, yeah. So we are speculating and expecting maybe something like this, the g6 Rossolimo.
Because if he gets a somewhat closed position, and then the effect of castling in one go to the center might not be as big. And if knight f6, e4, I believe there's also some way to play some Sveshnikov style position, where again black might not castle at all.
Yeah, what I wanted to continue there with my thought process, that sometimes you make up your mind that, okay, from all the options which you disliked, you go for one with something in your mind, but because you were comparing to other stuff which you did not like. Then you make this move, and then you get up from the board, you go for a walk, and then you start to think just only actually about that position that you are supposed to be now heading for. And then you realize that, wait a second, I don't like it. And then you start to think from scratch. Yeah, that's why I was speculating that it's not a given at all that Magnus will now blitz out immediately his next move, because there is still so much to think about. But yeah, whenever the bird's eye view will be ready, we will be heading there just to have an absolute overview and then comparing what kind of different openings are we seeing now in reverse situation.
You know what I think would be one of the worst openings to play as black? The Petrov.
Don't do that, yeah?
I feel like there, after, in this case, d4, d5, knight c3,
yes,
knight
wait
c6.
a second, then
yeah.
let me pick the Vincent game, because there we had at least e4, e5s, and... you mean that yes.
I mean d4, d5, knight c3, knight c6.
Yes, so okay, this we can do here.
Yeah, because there I feel like there would be a way for white to exploit his first move advantage.
By taking or by going e4, probably e4, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is... this one feels like game over, yeah? On the spot, because the traditional line would be...
Knight d4, yeah?
Yes.
And e5.
This, and then this is kind of a traditional position, and believe me, the tempo will matter, yeah? Whoever castles first and gives a check wins the game. So yes, just a quick illustration, of course, this is very much cooperative chess. How can I lose? The fastest way would apply to this. Magnus said, no, thank you very much. At least I'm gonna go for the Sicilian, but he's taking his time. Pausen would be, or Taiman of Pausen's d6 move.
And some kind of Najdorf or similar would be e6.
Yes, would be e6, which is there the d6. And okay, there is also the dragon kind of style with g6, which is here b6, but this one also feels very shaky.
Here you might even go for a reverse Marozzi as well, or mirrored Marozzi.
Yeah, I only felt like this could maybe also potentially be lost for black very quickly, but okay. It's another story. Clearly Magnus will not tempt fate like this.
I think also if you play something like the Najdorf with e6, then there will be some dangerous lines along, let's say e4, yeah.
But also the bishop g5 check, and then castles and then opening up. But yeah, let's just compare, for example.
Potentially, yeah, but let's say takes, knight c6, knight f3, h6. This feels a little silly, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't feel like the knight of spirit. Yeah, like Gary was playing it all his life.
No, and just here, even something like bishop f4 followed by castles, it feels like there is a way for white to save a tempo here. And in the bishop c4 Najdorfs, the rook very often goes to e1. If you save a tempo here, it could be very, very dangerous all of a sudden. Yeah,
this was Bobby Fischer's trademark line against the Najdorf. Sicilian winning so many games, and this is the absolutely turbocharged version of that. So once again, something that probably will not be played by Magnus, but he did make a choice. Yeah, he goes for the time because this is the so-called most closed kind of version of all the Sicilians, yeah?
Really? Because I thought that would be exactly knight f6, b6, what I suggested earlier, but perhaps, yeah?
Okay, but there we were speculating about the Rossolimo, but who knows what happens if we end. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see, yeah?
Yes.
At least we definitely expect e4 here, I think.
Yeah, and we have great news. The bird's eye view is ready. Let's head there and appreciate. So we are dealing with the Pausen Taimanov in Tabatabaei Carlsen, of course in a very weird version, a complete premiere in the world. Never happened before. We are dealing with a Catalan turned Benoni G3 spirit. Alex being a great expert, so it will be fantastic to hear his insights. Hans Niemann against Mendonça is heading towards a Najdorf Sicilian, another premiere. Basically, everything is a premiere. And we have on Vohidov no fair play whatsoever. This is the Rossolimo stuff. And Vohidov thinks like, wait a second, this is my chance. This is my chance against Nodirbek. However, I would like to mention that I remember that, for example, Yakuboev is quite an unpleasant opponent for Abdusattorov. I remember that he has a quite decent score.
I think so, yeah.
So it is never so easy playing against your countryman. You know each other very well. you are good friends, they know you, you have played a lot of tons of blitz games in the childhood with each other. It all affects many things. And then Morsin against Keymer, what is this exactly? Is this some London, slow London, but with this e5, f6, suddenly it doesn't feel like a harmless London, no?
Yeah, it's very strange. Some kind of London Slav mix. We'll see. It might not be a very fast-paced game.
Well, I'm loving the Fedoseev Chigaev game. Yeah, that this is this Nimzo Indian with Bishop D2, modern, fresh kind of stuff. Because the reason why Bishop D2 Nimzo came back to life is that all the main good variations got exhausted, and then White is trying to just get a game. But we are talking about freestyle chess, and then
Fedoseev is playing it with White, though, yeah.
Exactly, with the tempo. Yeah, he's tempo up, and then that's why Chigaev with Bishop E7 trying to be as solid as possible.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
This is even like, yeah, this is some kind of weird Nimzo Bogo Indian reversed with the tempo up. It's not an opening you see every day, yeah. But in general, those positions aren't too dangerous in terms of getting an extra move, I think. Because usually, in this case, White would play something like e3, d4, and even just taking e takes d4 would be probably sufficient for Black not to be worse.
Exactly, because Black is now not White, so he doesn't need to play for an advantage. Yeah? This is very often the case that when you play reverse kind of openings, then the psychologically changes. Yeah, that you might like it with Black because I'm very comfortable, let my opponent play for an advantage and then I counter it. That's nice, but when you try to play exactly the same stuff with White, then the opponent is just chilling there because, okay, I simply gonna play a line which I don't mind draw. I will just simplify things, and it is completely different.
Yeah. I think we can have a look at some of the lower boards as well, see what they're up to in terms of openings. And
I'm already happy. I'm already very happy. Well, the Duda Kamalidanova game is going towards the nightmare scenario. This is how I envisioned, and this is the same in Sadana Jobava as well. Wait a second, Jobava facing the turbocharged Jobava London? What is this?
I think so, yeah.
Can it be anything worse than this? That you are the godfather of this whole spirit, the setup, and then you are facing it in the worst possible scenario?
Yeah, I feel like he might already be in some trouble there, because bishop takes c3 doesn't feel like a sensible move, because you will have to defend c7 after queen takes c3, and otherwise it's just White gets a lot of extra time here.
Honestly, I'm super happy, because I have envisioned that we will be seeing at least like 20-30 games going in this direction, and okay, no. But not everyone got here, and we can see that the top players immediately sensed it that no, this is definitely not the position where we can play d4, d5. We have to deviate, and then the Sicilian stuff appeared in Magnus's game, in Nodiebek's game.
Yeah. We also see some kind of modern style setup in Yakuboyev versus Harika. I'm not sure what kind of modern this is, because she might actually be going for something like a hippo here, as you were suggesting, yeah? At least it has the makings of one.
Yeah, it's basically the Pirts, yeah?
Not really, yeah, because you think it's e6, b6 what she actually played.
Yeah, it's e6, b6, yes. It's true. Ah, wow! And we are getting the information, thanks to Sotiris, that it was Fedoseev who played 1g3. So there is still friendship, brotherhood, everything. The word is not lost yet, because Fedoseev showed true sportsmanship, as you highlighted, that Fedoseev and Chigaev had been working together. They are good friends.
I'm also quite confident that they have looked at freestyle positions together, so they would know what to play in this position. That is my assumption.
I think let's upload Fedoseev's 1g3, because this is fair play, and let's play it out. he anyway has the white pieces. He has a playable, nice position. He loves to play chess. He's this type of player who anyway just enjoys to get a position that he likes and then plays. This is very nice gesture. Of course, you are not very good friends with someone, then you should never ever feel mercy or something towards the opponent, because it can heavily backfire. This is a very tricky kind of emotional feeling.
Yeah, we'll see how that game develops, but it's interesting. I think about about half the players realize that 1d4 is the best move in the starting position.
Yes, it kind of felt
it's also obviously it's close to something they know, but still you see people playing much faster than, for example, yesterday when we had this very strange position with people thinking for 10 minutes on move 1 was a whole different story.
Yeah, but this is also, I feel like it could be potentially dangerous, yeah, that they rely, like we are also relying on, this is not this is that, and who knows that suddenly somewhere this difference of castles, that this is not a short castle but a long castle, might change the evaluation, and then you are in a deep trouble. What is your kind of instinct that how often we will see that it could turn out to be crucial?
I think definitely if you go like 10 moves deep into what you believe to be theory, there might be some detail that you just didn't anticipate, and it could have a big impact. In fact, I think in Borg Vashela Graf we are seeing an exchange Caro-Kann.
Yes. Yeah, this is trying to play as solid as possible, yeah, but it's just so funny. But maybe we should be now heading back to the top boards. We have seen we have an overview more or less what has happened. Maybe we can have a little closer look at Vincent's game against Morsin, because that is the structure which we least covered yet, and most probably people are saying, okay, come on, but I'm an E4 player, I want to see how this kind of things unfold. This is one of those most...
I think in this case you would rather be a D4 player actually, because what Morsin played is in essence the London, yeah?
Yes,
which is something he plays actually in classical chess.
Yeah, he plays in classical chess. Now the big question is that okay, there are some solid lines where you can be lazy and be slightly worse, like for example go here and after a3 just give up the bishop and then play like some Kamsky style e6 and dig in there with double defense, but this is certainly not the type of chess the young players like to play. They like to confront, they like to play critical stuffs. For example, one of those critical moves very often in the London is hitting this pawn, but what does it mean to this position? I feel that it is almost out of question that black shouldn't be doing this, should not even think about it. A typical other move would be to develop the bishop to f5, which is now c5. I'm finding it a little bit confusing. Which move should I announce in order to make it more clear for our audience that we are talking about London? Because if we are talking about London, then bishop c5 is the bishop f5 move. Alex, what is your feeling?
It is very confusing to think about this. I think though Vincent shouldn't play anything out of the ordinary. Bishop c5 is a very normal move, yeah. And I think if you just go for this and d6, bishop e6, you will get to kind of a standard position, and then it doesn't matter which opening it is anymore, you just play the position. What you just want to avoid is to fall into a line where your opponent anticipated some difference due to the king's position, and you did not. But as soon as you get through that stage, they're just playing chess, and whoever pays more attention has the better chances.
Yeah, let's just quickly show how it unfolds in the usual regular kind of London positions. Something like this is fairly typical. I remember this seeing from my childhood that one of the things they taught me very quickly, or I saw from the games, that be careful, trading queens is only possible if you are in time to move away your rook before white uses this spin, because otherwise you get strategically lost. Yeah, that was kind of the the first thing that I learned when seeing this London kind of stuff.
Yeah, maybe just show it that people can appreciate it. G5 takes and bishop takes G5.
Yeah, the reason why I slowed down a bit that now there is this move taking here which forces me to take. Anyway, I should be better, but I was not sure if this is the best or the maximum I can get. Let's just show that. Otherwise, if white develops with the knight to f3, then the reason why we are talking about strategically winning position for white is that this pawn structure against this pawn structure is clearly beneficial for white. Let's just make, for example, a couple of moves to illustrate. So if we just play some standard stuff. Okay, let's play some standard stuff. Then later white plays the move g4, of course also secures the bishop in order to, this is also very typical, not to run into any kind of knight a5 moves hitting the bishop. And then slowly you are supposed to be converting this advantage on grandmaster level or good master level already. So that's always something to watch out for. And another one that I think I saw, it was the lazy move. When people think like, oh no, yeah, I'm not in time, then let me defend it like this, and I will, with closed eyes, make all my moves, and I hope that somehow I will get out. But then the queen can get awkward. Normally then white plays like this, and then the rook lines up, and there is also pressure. So I don't know exactly what Vincent will do. Certainly he's not happy. It's never a very happy, but what happened? What was, when did he play f6? I'm just curious.
I find it a bit curious that he did, but
Yes.
we'll see.
Yes,
Here already.
He played it here, yeah? So for some reason,
I wonder why.
he did not play knight c6. So he played the Slav immediately, but he showed his Slav intentions too early, so Morsin, in fact, refrained from pushing f4. Okay, so this is how we got here. Then maybe Morsin actually tricked Vincent a bit.
A little bit, yeah, I think. Question is though, is there a London line where playing c6 in the original version is kind of expected? I'm not sure there is. I think usually you either keep the pawn on the 7th rank entirely, or you just go, in this case, f5 in one go.
Yes, yeah, that is.
In that case, it might even be not so bad to just play bishop b4 and accept that we will be a bit passive, but...
Yeah. No, but I understand why Vincent is taking his time and why he's so unhappy, because he loves freestyle chess exactly for the fact that you have freedom. You can yourself decide the harmony and everything where you want to play, but here with the king's position fixed.
We already know, yeah. We have played something like this for thousands and thousands of times.
Exactly. And in this regard, Morsin, who has a very classical education, growing up in Russia with I think Kobalia was his trainer, and he is probably still.
I think he still is, yeah.
His main coach. He has tremendous understanding of all these system setups that he plays. Yeah, this actually can be a big advantage for him. His approach to chess actually can benefit him here very much. And yeah, look at the agony on Vincent. This is not the freestyle I'm so good at and I enjoy so much.
This is just a weird kind of London, yeah?
This is the craziest of all. Give me any bad position, but it's a freestyle position, yeah, then I will somehow find my way. But this is classical chess in the worst version. It's not a fun situation. Okay, so Vincent is taking his time. Now it is up to you, Alex, to decide where we go.
I would like to check in on the Benoni between Jan and Parham.
A good choice. Exactly this is what we had 10, 15, 20 minutes ago on our screen. The players are also following it. It was the logical follow-up, and the big question is who benefits? In general, I would say that probably Parham has analyzed more Benoni GC type of positions compared to Nepo. On the other hand, we know exactly that Nepo is a player with a super confidence that he can play any position, And if he knows that, wait a second, this is a good version, then he will be super happy that, okay, I'm going to show it.
Yeah. Now here what comes to mind is, first of all, in the normal Benoni, black can at almost any point include h6, h4, if we talk about this position. Because his strategic plan would be to push through g5 in some way. And generally white prevents that. Also, bishop c5 here would be a kind of modern move. Again, trying to fix the d4 square in his favor. And then there are a lot of tactical options to push through this d4 move anyway, maybe knight e2 or similar. And we'll see. Parham has to decide what to do about this here, because the most standard reaction, which is knight d4, we already saw this doesn't really work well to taking and knight b5.
Yeah, with the double attack. Yeah, normally people are playing this rook b4 business. And then even, okay, let's just imagine the kings would be here, and then sometimes even the exchange sacrifice. I remember I was very much into this. I never played the Benoni, but this interested me, that, positional exchange sacrifice.
I remember playing a game that featured this exact same sacrifice, but usually black does it when white was already committed to usually a4, here h4.
Exactly, yes. Then this was, because Adorian used to be a g3 Benoni player, from the white side, and he was telling me that, yes, I'm playing this line, but actually I think black is fine, and black is good in the g3 Benoni, and this was one of the very first things that he
we
mentioned.
can get this one easily, though, because if we go back, here black can just include h6, h4, and try knight d4 here. Takes, knight b5, rook g4.
Yes, but what about the pawn? We just ignore it, yeah?
Well, in this case, we were ignoring it before as well, yeah?
Yes, of course, yeah. Let's just see that. Okay,
it's
as commentators, we can ignore, but as players...
It's not a very good line here, because usually black's idea isn't really to take the pawn with the bishop. It's not a dynamic enough choice to justify all of this. So here, again, it's not something Parham would want to go for.
Exactly, and he opted for king b8 immediately. The classical traditional move. This is the sensible move as a player. Of course you play king b8. I would have even argued that kind of a tempo in like 1-2 minutes. If you see that nothing is obviously wrong with it, then you go with.
Now the question is, though, is there something wrong with it? Because Nepo, if he wants to prove anything at all and not just go to actual theory after king b1, king b1 would transpose to the exact position that Benoni players, including myself, have seen many times. If he doesn't want to allow that, then d4 would be the natural move to do so. The problem is, however, that perhaps here Parham thought about something like g5, trying to exploit the king on c1.
Yes, you can maybe benefit.
Yeah, and if he actually found this detail that in some way knight takes g5 or d5 doesn't work well here, then probably there's nothing better than transposing there. Probably knight takes d4.
Yes.
And this looks very much fine for black.
Very much fine, yeah, because I remember that even in the other one, in all these Benonis, yes, computer or modern theory finally makes it more complicated, but if you don't know any theory, then it looks like, why is white going for this, giving the central pawn for, yeah, there is some active piece play, but yeah, it's certainly not something that Jan will allow very happily, but if he doesn't, then what is he doing? And I feel like he might not be so, okay, it's very difficult to read Jan at this stage. Is he happy or not?
I think other than d4, there are only two moves to consider, which are king b1 or h4. Again, this is coming from my Benoni experience. Yeah, it's not about the specific position. Because king b1 transposes to what the players probably know. Parham definitely knows this position. And h4 is kind of trying to exploit this in some way, but I'm not sure that it does anything too great, because then knight d4 becomes a very serious move.
Exactly.
Since
because this square is weakened immediately. And besides, there is also always this option of, who knows, but it's never 100% clear. that is so brilliant or
Yeah.
not sure, depending on the situation. Yes.
But I think objectively Nepo should just kind of go king b1 and accept that we are playing Benoni theory. This is just how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm trying to read his body language. He might be playing king b. If he doesn't see, he's not happy that he doesn't seem to see a way to benefit. Yeah, and then it's kind of tempting maybe to just to transpose. But he might be also, yeah, he's looking around. He was also maybe thinking that, wait a second, did Parham had any contribution to development of theory on all these Benoni kind of things? Because that's why I always feel that it's very important not just to do preparation when you are playing against someone, but generally I love to have this overview. Yeah, for example, I'm still writing even today when I'm building a repertoire. I'm writing whose games are, and I'm cutting, and I might say that this is irrelevant already because computer tells that this and this is better, but I just like to have this information that I know who are the specialists, who do what and why.
Yeah, and here it feels like both players are kind of having to do preparation for a classical game in the beginning of their freestyle game,
Yes.
kind of choosing what to do. Another move you might consider here is knight e2. I'm not sure how much Nepo would actually think about this. It's a common enough maneuver to put the knight on f4 in this case, but still his king on c1, it's just
Exactly.
it's not well placed, yeah?
Because he will be also stepping into this typical knight b4, knight g4, knight e5 kind of.
Yeah, in general, king b1 is the
maneuver.
least committal move, and then we will see how much the players actually know. But I think we can let him think about it for a while.
Exactly.
This will be, I think, the closest thing to a proper chess position from classical chess that we will ever get here.
Yeah, maybe let's head to Magnus to see where does he stand. He was not happy, he was spending a lot of time. And what do we make of this? This became an Alapin.
This is an Alapin indeed.
Yeah, let's see this, what happened here from the beginning. So d4, f5, it's not a Dutch, it's a heading towards the time on of pause and set up, but then Amin says, no, wait a second. I have the option of going for an improved c3 Sicilian, an improved Alapin with f3, knight c6, d5, knight e5, and bishop f4, the central direction. The good news is that normally Magnus knows this very well if it's the classical version. However, these castles, that it will be king to c1, rook to d1, eyeing that king, this feels dangerous, yeah?
There's, I think he also played knight c6, not kind of out of a lot of having a lot of options, but if you think about it, one of the other main moves is, in this case, e5, but here this feels rather dubious because after d takes e5, well, d takes e5 seems kind of out of the question because all the bishop g5 lines, even if they work, it feels very suspicious to allow castling with check here. Sometimes it works, but if you have to go d takes e5, queen takes e5, which is, again, a very normal move in the standard Alapin, we don't really know how the different castling will affect it. Knight h3 is a possible move. There's also e4, which is also decent. And again, here, I think I would play e4 probably. Mm-hmm. And again, white will castle with moving the rook to d1 in one go, which might benefit him in this case, because in all isolated queen's pawn positions or something, the rook usually goes there, or it's a very serious option.
Yes, you don't want to open up the position, that's for sure.
I think he's playing a move.
And he plays knight g6, the traditional move. So does it mean that maybe against bishop g3 he wants to play f4 and then just try to fix this structure?
I believe there are also different choices there. I'm just trying to switch it around in my head so I can remember the theory.
Yes. Okay, certainly white has nice choice because I mean, white is in a nice situation. Bishop g3 is a tempo. You save time, and then again your opponent will have to think, what do I do with this?
Yeah. Here, probably f4 or knight f6 are the most common moves. In general, though, I think this, well, with the normal castling, this line would be a little bit pleasant for white. And we'll have to see here. I think that's also why Magnus is investing so much time, because he kind of has to play this line to be more or less safe. But
which one?
The one with knight c6, knight e5. The one that he played, well, he played already with knight c6 basically to avoid opening up the position. But here, yeah, we see bishop g3 played instantly.
Yeah. I think the body language tells it all. Magnus is very unhappy. It's not only an early round, but even a nightmare scenario. Yeah,
he has to play an actual classical opening that he doesn't want to play, and he might even get a worse version of it because of the king placement. So yes, it's a very difficult spot to be in right off the bat in the game.
Yeah, two known incredible experts, Vincent Keymer and Magnus Carlsen, are having a very tough time surviving the opening stages. If the good news is that if finally they get a more or less decent position, they will already feel like, wow, life is so beautiful. Yeah? But they have to get there. They have to survive this period of difficulty.
Do we castle here? Is that the natural one? I think so, right?
It is natural. And also kind of tempting, yeah? Let's also for our audience that, yeah, in freestyle chess, fish and dome chess, I believe that for everyone who is not very familiar with these castles, that where is this castle coming from, where you can go, what is happening, is kind of confusing. And we have seen also top players struggling with this, sometimes forgetting how to castle, when to castle, why to castle. Opponent comes up with a surprise. I do remember one of the most exciting things then when it was the very first event in Weissenhaus in 2024, and with Tanya and Niklas, we were commentating one game, and then on move 24, that Black's king was on b8 and could castle all the way to g8, and it changes the evaluation, and we were like screaming that yes, and castles, and the player who played from the white side missed that move, and it changed the evaluation. Yeah, it's all this excitement when king from b8 all the way goes to g8, and then it's safety, and from a losing position you are alive, or you might even be better.
Yeah, I think Amin is still thinking, yeah?
Yes, this is not yet the live position. Bishop g3, and
I think he looks like he's about to castle, yeah?
Yes, of course, it is the move. Certainly, again, you don't really want to spend too much time. It's the natural move. And one of the reasons why we feel quite confident that this is the move, and yeah, it's going to be played. Almost on the board. This is how I told you guys yesterday, that this is the professional, official way how the arbiter tells you always that please do this, then there won't be any discussion. No, but it looks a bit artificial. So if an arbiter does not tell you that this is the right way, then you might be afraid that I get disqualified if I do this, removing the king from the board. What's that? And we had Magnus here. We talked about it a little bit, that what happened in Ralph's case, and he was like kind of shocked that, really, it happened like this, because it's confusing. I also read some comments where people were claiming, but what was he supposed to do?
Yeah.
The rook was on g1, king is on f1. So
you just saw exactly what he was supposed to do. Yeah,
yes.
You can watch Amin again. He removed the king and placed the rook on the correct square.
Rook. Yes.
I think I would just like kind of sweep it like in a blitz game with the king dragging the rook along. to the correct square.
Yeah, but be careful. Something goes wrong, and both pieces will be removed from the board, yeah, or will be adjusted accordingly. The arbiter thinks it's proper. Yeah, and the reason, just I think I wanted to explain one thing, but we were waiting for Amin to make the castles. That the reason why we were confident, because if white plays the move e4, that gives black the chance eventually to play fe, d, and then develop the bishop with a check and then be able to castle himself first. Yeah, I don't know exactly what is the objective evaluation, but this is kind of enough for a grandmaster brain to just not even look in this direction, because you feel like only your opponent can benefit. So of course you play castles, and then next you will want to go e4.
Yeah, and here I think people will, well, in this case, Amin and Magnus, they will kind of stop comparing it 1-for-1 to the Alapin, because this is a different position now.
Yes.
And you have to be very careful about the details here. You just kind of have to calculate. You know the general plans, of course, black undermining the center and everything, but to actually see how it works, you will have to calculate very precisely.
Yeah, and there's also always this question. I remember as a kid, when I didn't know yet theory so much, and I saw this kind of Alapin positions, my question was that, wait a second, if white wants to play e4 in Alapin, of course, d4, then why can't we just play a move like c4 and block it? Now, one of the things that catches my attention, that there's even this tactical shot of bishop takes f4, but seems not to work because I have this g5. Let me just highlight, it's beautiful. So seemingly white wins the pawn. First of all, even if just wins the pawn and black gets this dark squared bishop, I don't know, it could become some kind of compensation, but here black has this lovely intermezzo with g5, and after queen takes g5, queen e7, queen takes f4, bishop h6, black wins the game due to the pin. Yeah, so this is the trick. But let's forget about the trick. Let's talk about general grounds here, that normally white always retreats the bishop. And then, yes, one could argue that this f pawn is now controlling the e2 pawn, and whenever white plays e4, then black will trade the f pawn for the e pawn. It should be kind of a good trade. Yes, it has strategic merits. However, white can do the same and try to use that you push your f pawn way too early. White will undermine it with g3, potentially with knight h3, provoking f take g3, h take g3, and then again we are talking about kind of a strategically winning structure exactly here with the rook on d1, because normally black is then trying to use dynamic possibilities to compensate for the damaged pawn structure. That would not be the case here. Just one more time, like in the London, that be careful pushing the pawns and then allowing your opponent to undermine it and get the upper hand with the structure, because that is long lasting.
I think this particular version is even more unfortunate here, because castling would hang the a7 pawn, yeah?
Yes.
And this is not a move that you generally want to spare on these kind of things. Maybe not, I don't know if you can take here, but you can, it will definitely be hanging after an eventual move of the e-pawn.
Exactly. So yeah, let's just forget about it. I wanted to highlight, because I think this strategically is important, just for general understanding that what we are often playing for in this type of positions. Because very often freestyle for amateurs, for club players, I think when they compare it to classical chess, then they feel like, wait a second, yes, I understand it's maybe entertaining and like this, but what do I gain that helps me become a stronger or better classical chess player? Yeah? Because for amateurs or club players, when they look at top games in classical chess, then they feel like, I'm also playing this opening, I understand this structure, and I will learn something from the game. Yeah? And here now, today in this round, we have all these different type of things. I think maybe this is, whoever does not like to follow freestyle chess, which we of course encourage you to do, but to follow, but if you are not for it, we will never force anyone, then this might be the round that can be very beneficial for your classical chess education, because we see so many different patterns, and we are talking about fundamental kind of details comparing all these openings.
Yeah. And we see Magnus is down about 20 minutes on the clock, which just shows how unpleasant this starting position is to him. And I mean, so far he's doing a great job. He's playing the most critical lines, absolutely. And it's not going to be easy for Magnus to get a decent position out of the opening here.
Yes, and one of the worst things is that he knows all the problems, yeah? So it is not like he's making some move and then he realizes that, oh, this went wrong. He knows it from the beginning, and there you see the longest time spent in this game, F5.
Move one.
Move one, kind of 15 minutes, and even we know that the second move was taking quite some time. It did not manage to get on the list of longest thing, but probably it was like also a couple of minutes. And then knight c6, third move knight c6, another 8 minutes. Now knight g6, now another one. So in fact, this move that comes now is already on the list as well. Once he makes the move, it will hit the list. I don't know which number it will. And Tabatabaei, on the other hand, I believe he used the time very wisely. You see this third move f3, which meant that he turns this Sicilian into not an open Sicilian but an Alapin.
Yeah, it was a big decision, and he definitely needed to take his time here to see where the problems could be for black.
Very well spent. Already also knight c3, so I'm really liking the time management of Amin, that d4 was played a tempo, put the pressure on the opponent. He knows that d4 is probably the best move, most critical. After f5, taking some time, yes, knight c3, and after d6, f3, and now he can speed up, yeah, because he decided on the direction, and once you decide on the direction, then already you know exactly that these are the natural moves, and you play them. That's also the reason why I always encourage everyone in freestyle chess to spend quite some time in the beginning. Don't rush immediately. Of course, you don't need to think half an hour or nothing, but certainly it's very important to have a clear picture of what you are aiming for, and do you identify yourself with the project? Because if something goes wrong in the early stages, then you might get into a position where you will be forced to think even 40 minutes or 1 hour, and it will not help you. Even 1 week will not help you, because your opponent has very easy play and you are suffering.
Yeah, chess is a game where the more of an advantage you have, the easier it is, basically. Well, at least often it is the case in the reverse. The worse your position is, the less you can do about it. So you have to try not to let it get there.
I think now probably again is a good time for bird's eye view. Then Magnus has slowed down. Yeah, let's head for the bird's eye view. Let's understand. So let's go step by step. Okay, Magnus we covered. Nepo went for the bishop.
Yeah, I think he went for queen f2 actually.
Queen f2 first, and then bishop c4. Yeah, but very strange kind of move. I don't like it. What is your expertise saying?
I think he's mixing quite a few ideas here. In general, since you already have the rook behind the d-pawn, playing for d4 would be the most natural case, but this kind of setup with bishop c4, queen f2, it feels like too many moves all aiming at kind of the same thing. I don't know how to explain it better, but in the Benoni, generally, it's a very time-sensitive opening. So if you waste even like half a move by playing not the most precise one, then generally black's dynamic options increase a lot.
Yes, I also feel that now the king on c1 is especially badly placed, because black has also played knight h6 with knight h6, ready sometimes to jump to g4 square, which would be the b4 square otherwise, and then if white ever plays d2 d4, then there is this hole on e3, which is the famous d3 square in the Benoni, and we know exactly if black ever gets c4 knight to d3, I think anyone who never played the Benoni in his life knows that this is what you should be avoiding.
Yeah, and you see, it's just hard to believe that Nepo can avoid moving the king in the near future to b1. And if he can't, then why is he already showing his cards with bishop c4, queen f2? We'll see, but I think Parham is very happy here, even though he's spending more time than Nepo, as I guess is expected.
Yes, I also think so, that Parham has solved all his problems, and in fact, this is a very tricky kind of position. If things go badly in the G3 Benoni, then black can simply be better. Now let's talk about Hans Niemann. We haven't covered it in such detail because the fact it doesn't look so critical. Yeah, I feel like this is the safest kind of stuff. Then I realized that, wait a second, the long castle is not the short castle. Yeah, if I could put my king on b8 and look on c8, I would feel that this is very solid. Maybe we also have to watch out for some typical knight db5, which is now knight e4 to g5, targeting the e6 pawn. So black has to be careful maybe to play the move h6 just to secure this square.
I think even long castle in this case, though, would be possibly okay because you have queen g8. It feels a little bit like a rather harmless rouser somehow. Something along those lines. I'm not even sure what the move order was to get there, but I think Leon Mendonça will be very happy here that he gets a, let's say, not so dangerous position. Even if he's not better or anything, it's a Sicilian in some kind of way, and I think he'll be comfortable there.
Yes, I think that is kind of the most normal position. Of course, Parham also got a very nice position already. And then what about Vohidov against Abdusatulov? It is this kind of Rossolimo. We see the computer's evolution claiming that white is having a huge advantage. I do recall that also in the Rossolimo there were times when computer was heavily optimistic whenever that knight was going to e7 in this structure, which is now knight on d7, and white is trying to break with g to g4, which is a typical b4 break in this structure, because black has this pawn on h6. If that pawn would be on h7, then there would be a nice fundament, there would be a protected g6 pawn. What is your feeling here?
I would mostly just rely on your expertise in this case, because Rossolimo is one of those openings that I have basically never played in classical chess. I have analyzed it a bit, and what you said about the h7 pawn in particular, it is the kind of the core of white's play on, in this case, the king side, usually the queen side. And it feels like Vohidov is quite far along preparing that, because he already has most of the moves played. His rook is again already very well placed, and he might even be considering g4 in more or less directly.
Yes, normally after g4, now that the bishop is on d6, often black's reaction is to capturing that knight on f4. Bishop takes f4, e takes f4, and then f take g4, f take g4, and white is better. Very often the question is how much better, but it is always like, if the question is how much better, then thank you very much. Yeah, it's okay.
It's a good question to have to answer. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. It's certainly better for me, and it's not Abdusatulov style at all to go for a position that gives no real counterplay. And g4 on the board, I'm very curious to see. Yeah, black can also try to maybe include a move like rook e8, pinning that queen on e1, try to get a slightly better construction. There is also one typical motif. Well, basically we will have to get, maybe we can, yeah, let's head there. Let's take a look at this game. We haven't covered it, and it's a fantastic pairing. Let's take a look at Vohidov against Noriebek Abdusatulov. Vohidov is also the member of the golden generation, the youngsters that basically...
Well, they swept the Olympiad.
Swept the Olympiad 2022 in Chennai. I was searching for the right word, yeah, because that was the shock, the sensation of the chess history, that nobody ever before, I think, believed that something like this could have happened, and they did.
I believe they finished second in Hungary last time, didn't they?
I think they took bronze medal.
They took bronze medal.
They took bronze medal, and then we are already talking about bronze medal like being maybe not such a great deal, which is of course a fantastic achievement as well. So yeah, it's incredible, these youngsters, and we are seeing Sindarov right now, who was board number 3 in Chennai back then. crushing the candidates at the moment, yeah? Having 4.5 out of 5. Yeah, this Uzbek kids, yeah. But now, okay, let's talk about the position itself. So black cannot capture on g4 because there is this weakness. That's why black would love to have that pawn on h7. And just very quickly, because Nodiebek is taking his time, we should head to the starting position and see which move order happened in this Rossolimo. That when did actually Nodiebek play the move h6?
Yeah, usually you'll think if he already played d5, he will not feel compelled to play h6 at all. He will just sit and wait.
Yes, but here, because after knight h3, he felt like he cannot play knight g7 because of knight f4, yeah? He's having some direct problems, yeah, and if e6, then e4 is possible, or is this a problem?
I think we should just go for it, yeah?
It looks very dangerous. So basically h6 was then probably played out of total desperation, because let's just highlight this, and then bishop c4, it can be game over on the spot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it, game over. So, oof, I always like to go back like this, because then we, oops, this was too much already, that we understand that, wait a second, then he's losing a tempo. That explains why it looks like a horrible Rossolimo, because it anyway looks promising for white, but now with an extra tempo, the knight is usually always heading to the f4, to the c4 square, depending which Rossolimo position, Fischer-Random Rossolimo or classical Rossolimo are talking about.
Could he have played, instead of h6, could he have played with knight d7, queen f7?
Sorry, what?
Knight d7, knight f4, queen f7.
Because for me this is so much knight g7, you know, when you say knight with d7, I said like, wow, which chess game or which game are we talking about?
Knight f4 and queen f7.
Queen f7, but this one also feels, oh la la.
Yeah, I understand that
Yes.
the bar is going crazy. I just don't see the knockout here.
Yeah, not just the bar, but okay, also here e4, what happened?
Perhaps we're just going e4 and d5, yeah?
Yes, e4, d5.
Okay, yeah, there we see actually a direct benefit of having the rook on d1.
Well, Netflix, Queen of Chess, Judith Polgar. I remember 88 in Saloniki, I just started playing chess. Yeah, I started playing chess in the autumn of 86. Yes, I was like almost a total beginner, but already a very excited boy following the the chess Olympiad. I was going to club, improving my level, and then there she played one Rossolimo game where she sacrificed. It was exactly the g6 line. She sacrificed with d4, which is here, e4 takes, and her bishop landed on d6, bishop f4, bishop d6, and the queen sacrificed, queen takes f7, bishop c4, and checkmate. Yeah, it was like, wow, wow, and the Hungarian team won the Olympia. That was an incredible sensation there. So be careful, everyone, whenever you take a pawn like this, then if that knight lands here, it's game over, but things are heating up exactly along the lines that we talked about it before, but let's head there slowly, step by step. h6 takes, e3, knight d7, bishop d3, g6, the fundamental problem, the weakness, a3, making sure that, wow, but this actually shows that white has a lot of confidence, just wants to avoid the move bishop to b4, and in this position sometimes it is justified to give up the bishop and just be solid. Queen to f7, knight f4, bishop d6, and we are coming to the position that we kind of discussed before.
This is the live game, yeah.
Yeah, and then there is this f4, f5 kind of stuff, which is the move that comes to my mind automatically. It's a very committal move, but if it's strong, it's usually extremely strong, because if we fix this structure, then there is an eternal problem here. The knight on d7 is kind of buried for a very long time. The bishop on b7 is horrible.
Is it possible to play queen e6 here, or would black kind of go queen g7 and we do not have the time to take on d5?
But he did, wait a second, yeah, so
He went h4 instead.
Yeah, he went h4, yeah. Okay, for me, this would have been very thematic. I even wanted to show everyone, for our audience, dear audience, that in Rossolimo there is this very interesting kind of, and Magnus Carlsen was adopting this strategy, and of course you kind of need the pawn also here, and the fact that the castles are different, it makes a huge difference, that often something like rook here, queen here, and then you play, how can I will just try to show this, that something like this, you sacrifice the pawn, and then you are going with c5, which was f5, and then this ef, gf, but normally you were also doing it with the king, and you get these dynamic possibilities. Now, of course, here it does not work at all, but as an experienced Rossolimo player, I was immediately comparing this kind of scenario, because this structure that I just mentioned usually was a horror for black. So in my mind, if black has to play like this and allows white to push f5, it's almost strategic capitulation. Yeah, of course, in my wording, very often strategic capitulation, people might think, wow, this is not winning well. Whenever white has an advantage, a slight advantage that can last forever, and black will be suffering, in my mind, it's like a strategically winning position. So please don't pay attention always word per word. Those are kind of emotional words as well. Alex knows me, we have been having some training camps. If I can be slightly better, I'm saying it's winning position, yes?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe Wachidov isn't too familiar with these particular kind of Rossolimos, though. He went h4 rather fast, and I also considered playing this move, but...
But it's not that critical. Of course, it's a good move. Yeah, white is better. I just felt like maybe there is even something stronger. Yeah.
I'm thinking f5 is still a threat. Yeah. Perhaps we have time to play something like rook e8 and h5. I don't know. What do you think is the correct way to defend here?
Yeah, correct way. It's difficult. I have to say that even a move like f6, f5 comes to my mind, because it's a horrible move if you consider that we have light squared bishops. What am I doing? But I'm actually maybe dreaming of somewhere activating my knight, which will be very difficult, of course, with the weakness on f5. And maybe f5 is a bad move. I just wanted to highlight that it is something to think about. Another question is, what happens if black includes h5? Then is white playing f5? Is white playing g5? What is exactly the reaction? There is a lot of tension there on the king. I mean, on the right side of the board, yes, it is officially our king side, but for unexperienced players, maybe it's the right side of the board. Let's just highlight this pawn structure. And Nodirbek is taking his time. Yes, it looks like nothing really is happening. That is a completely foolish observation. A lot of things are happening, and the next 1-2 moves will determine the course of the game. So you have to be super careful who will benefit there with structural damage.
Yeah, he feels that he's under a lot of pressure, and he will be taking his time here to find the best way to defend. I think he's also very good at defending, and if h4 opened up any kind of possible pawn break that will make his defense easier, he will probably find it. But let's see. I think he goes f5. That looked like f5 to me.
Yes, f5. Yeah, this was also my intuition that no, I don't want to let this. White should have played f5, or maybe not played f5. I don't, because this is a committal decision as well, but white should have spent more time in this position, because it is such a huge decision that do we let black play f5 or do we not let? Because it's all about this knight on d7.
Yeah.
Let's just put one more time, sorry that I will just put this structure so that we can highlight it one more time. f5, g5, and where is this knight ever going?
Yeah, and as we see, the way he played f5, even if eventually the pawn will be lost or anything, the knight can never be dominated this way again. So the worst that can happen is, again, the f5 pawn is weak, he will have to defend it, but the knight has a way to get out to f6, potentially king b8, and I think he sees a lot of potential to somehow escape in this position.
Yes, I absolutely agree with your words. I think that the chances that black will make a draw in this position has increased dramatically. Yeah, this makes such a big difference. And if we would have been talking about white pushing f5, I was thinking like Nodirbek needs a miracle to survive that game, and here it is very likely that he will survive. Yeah, so just this small little difference makes such a big difference in my mind's estimation.
Yeah, I think here, let's say the weakness of the f5 pawn isn't so terrible that it will completely destroy black's position. Yeah, and we'll see. The knight on c3 also isn't too great yet. It might have to be improved somewhere. And
yeah, for example, just an illustration that what you are already highlighting, and I also have similar things in mind. Let's just imagine these moves are included. Potentially, black also somewhere has this option of jumping out like this.
yeah,
I think this is what you were kind of mentioning
absolutely,
in
yeah.
your mind.
Because taking the f5 pawn and getting away with it isn't that easy in practical terms. So here black would be getting a lot of counterplay. Of course, king b1 wasn't a necessary move,
Yes.
but still, even preparing this with white, it will be very, very difficult.
So I think we have seen, and king b8 has been played. Yeah, Nodirbek is also famous for making decisions fast. White, no, king b1 has not been played because, yeah, king b1 would be premature. Then black is ready to jump out. Maybe a move like rook df1 or something, but then the d4 pawn is vulnerable.
Is he maybe thinking about h5?
But h5 I take gh.
Yeah.
h5 I take gh.
And I was thinking that maybe gf is an idea here, to have a pawn on f5 still.
But then I will have a lovely knight on f6. At least we know that white might have some potential, but black also is back in business, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so this is the point, that white seemed to not care. Wait a second, I don't want to spend so much time. He rushed with h4, and now after king b8, white will have to think, but it's too late. You have to kind of grasp the fundament of the position, and if he spends here 5 minutes or 10 minutes, plays the move f5, then all the next decisions will be so thematic and so natural because you know exactly what you are playing for. So when there are all these strategical movements, these small little pawn moves, I encourage everyone very carefully to think about the consequences, because I think Shankland had this incredible book, no? That
He wrote a book on pawn play, I believe,
on pawn play, yes, exactly. This pawn moves, the fixing structures, the structures and everything, that's the soul of the game. And the pawns are never moving backwards. Yeah, that's also one of the things that my trainers very much highlighted, you know. Be careful, everyone. So we have covered this game in great details. Maybe let's get the bird's eye view once again to see where we have the most action. I do remember that in Vincent game quite a lot of transformation happens, so maybe that will be the logical continuation to get there. If nothing else catches up. Wow, wait a second. Breaking news. Playing fair play, getting the applause. Fedoseev, this is what we talked about, that chess, when you play for result, it's not about fair play. Is he really in trouble?
What in the world even happened? How did the a-pawn disappear?
Yeah, well, we will go. Well, some queen takes a2 probably. Let's see. Breaking news. Fair play backfires. This is not something we want to see, because fair play should be rewarded, but this is how it works during a game. G3, and we see this reversed Bogo, Queen's Indian kind of stuff. D6, long castle, yeah, and suddenly there is this vulnerable pawn on A2, which is normally never a vulnerability in this type of positions. So everything is fairly standard. White jumps. This is the so-called knight e4. Now this is knight d5. Okay, knight e7,
Oh,
knight
I think this is what he missed.
d2, and yeah, but I was still thinking that he will play c4 here. Couldn't he have played c4?
I'm not sure. This c4 isn't necessarily a move you want to play.
Well, but it's the so-called f5 in the other. I understand that with king c1, rook d1, it's not the king g8, rook f8 kind of position.
Yeah.
Yes. So according to computer, this is already a problem. But I'm kind of at least finding it hard to believe that
Maybe we just take.
I'm already so much worse. Yeah, just takes and then develop, yeah?
Queen e7, I thought, but
Just go. And then you, you have the pair of bishops, and
And
you have
you-
this brilliant bishop.
and you will have to move the king from c1, yeah, because it just not doesn't belong there.
No, this is absolutely crazy. Poor Fedoseev, a brilliant player, and then he falls into this fair play trap.
I believe he took and sacrificed the pawn deliberately, yeah.
Yes, he already took, because it's a desperate kind of idea trying to play for initiative. Gf b3, queen is falling back, but it's a pawn, and black has this very solid construction. If everything would be fine, there would be a pawn on a2. White could say that in long terms these are strategical weaknesses, but if this is an extra pawn,
Oh, he also goes for something very direct, yeah.
very direct. It's already a very nervous reaction. e4, d5, and then the rook will move probably to d8. Just cemento and then win on the other side of the board. Yeah, the queen can move away, and then you start pushing a5, a4.
Yeah, the bishop on g2 is also not having a great future for now, so it's very hard to imagine there being enough dynamics to compensate for this.
This is crazy. There should be a special prize for Fedoseev. He's basically sacrificing himself, the tournament, for fair play. And the problem is with this fair play stuff, and why I'm saying this, that when you play chess, people underestimate. They think like this is just an intellectual game. You are moving the pieces. Who is more clever? No, it's a fight. It's a real incredible fight of wills, fight of understanding beliefs and everything. You put all your efforts, energy, you channel all your energy in order to play the best possible moves in every situation. Every small, slightest detail matters. And when you play a move like 1g3 out of fair play spirit, then all this vanishes. Yeah, then automatically you feel empathy, sympathy towards your opponent, and you are not in the right mindset to play this incredible battle. Yeah, so this is the story. Chess is a brutal warfare. Just as a small side note, but a very important one.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a very dire situation for him. He's also not up on time, which is a little bit unusual. Fedoseev also likes to play very, very fast if he's confident. So we'll see if he can still come up with some ideas for counterplay here.
Yes, it will be very tough.
I believe we should go back to have an overview of the games again.
Exactly. And then maybe head to Vincent's game. Because, it is kind of an interesting London position. And I think Vincent did the right choice, changing the character of the game and going exactly for this transformation. This one is looking good.
This looks to me like he played f6, f5 in two moves, basically, yeah?
Yes. The reason why I suddenly slowed down, that Chigayev played the move queen a3 check. And so he wants to lure the king to d2 so that the d5 pawn will be vulnerable. Otherwise, I did not understand why would he step into all these kind of things. It's a very concrete idea. But okay, let them figure it out. We go to Vincent. We haven't seen him yet. Only there at the beginning we were speculating that he played this f6 move a little bit too early. Maybe he committed himself too early for the London. And we see he goes for the bishop. Yeah, this is the very typical way. A few words about Morsin. Morsin, I know since a very long time. I know since he's 11 years old. I played there in this Nutcracker Shelkonchik tournament in Moscow back then many times, and he was playing in the small category as young boys against girls when he was already then in the VIP room blitzing against Nigel Short and was beating him many times. He was posing real problems to Nigel there, and Nigel was thinking like, who is this boy? And then this boy in 2024 completely stunned the world by winning the World Rapid Championship in New York, going undefeated. And if someone feels like, wow, that was a one day glory or whatever, I can tell everyone that he finished the Samarkand World Rapid Tournament also undefeated. And with his rating was playing against all the Nyepo and all the incredible top stars. So already there he showed that, wow, he's an incredible rapid player. So here we are seeing Vincent transforming into this structure. And finally was able to, I was wondering, how did he manage to push F5? So he managed it thanks to this tempo move, and Morsin let it happen, yeah, Queen F2. I feel like White couldn't he have played the move like G4? Just to fix the structure? Okay, we will not be going into depths, but to me it looks a little bit premature to allow F5, which is clearly Black's intention. Takes, castles, and now it's a solid position.
Yeah, now suddenly he has B6, bishop B7 in this kind of somewhat open center, and I think this is a very good spot for the bishop to be in, because usually you would develop it with, in this case, D6, bishop E6 or something, but I think on B7 it's doing a great job.
Yes, but I think this is also kind of typical in the London, yeah, that there's this line with D4, D5, bishop F4, knight F6, knight F3, and then C5, E3, knight C6, knight B2, knight H5, and then they also D takes C5, knight F4 takes, queen A5 takes, G6, bishop G7, or G6, bishop G7 without queen A5. I would have liked to show it on the board, but we don't have the
we don't have the standard
correct starting position. Yeah. So for anyone who is expert, understands what I'm saying. For all the others, you can try to look it up. You just start the starting position, and then all the moves that I just said you can replay and then understand, or you can just ignore it.
No, essentially it's a line where White would have a pawn on F5, the one that Vincent managed to take back immediately. And here in this case, I think it's a relatively good version for him.
It is a solid version. I think this is the first time Vincent is kind of satisfied with his position. Yeah, because before he had to make some tough decisions. This is now a playable position, more or less dynamically equal. There is also room for maneuvering. Both Morsin and Vincent are actually big strategists, so probably none of them, you can see Vincent walking there with confidence that, okay, this is now a chess game.
Yeah, we'll see. They both have a lot of ideas in this position, and it will be a fight, clearly.
Yeah, now let me ask again for the bird's eye view so that we can now choose our next game. Do we go back to Magnus immediately, or is Nyepo versus Parham so intriguing already that we should also get an update? Alex, it is your call.
I think we should go back to Magnus because his position is changing quite significantly, I believe.
Let's do it. Let's do it. And let's see what happened. And the move F4 is on the board. It's played by Magnus. I think it's justified.
Yeah.
It was the move that interested me the most. But the question was, what is the follow-up? Because as we spoke about, there is a serious strategic risk behind this move. So he takes on E5. Pardon me, on D5. It is just, this is the typical D takes E5 move, which is ED, knight takes D5, knight G8 to E7, E4, and he takes on D5. Wow. Okay. How surprised are you by the latest developments?
I mean, F4 isn't what I would have guessed, but why I would be cautious to go into this position is probably just rook takes d5, and black would. I don't know. I don't feel he can go for something like bishop e6 because, or like he might go for it, but after I move the rook back, the a2 pawn isn't actually hanging him.
You move it back, or you even go fancy with rook a5 as a Benoni player?
No, I think we just move it back here because queen a4 isn't really a threat.
But wait a second, let me just then put it on a5 out of curiosity.
Okay.
How does black react? Because we were talking about black should probably castle, but how do we castle anymore there? We cannot.
I'm thinking, should we direct our efforts to castle to the other side?
Okay, but you need the queen move, the bishop move,
Yeah,
and
okay,
I'm coming
bishop.
knight e2, knight d4 quickly.
Okay, let's see, bishop e7.
You have good nerves. You are still young, you have very good nerves. Okay, knight
e2,
e2.
yeah. I suppose, do we play c5 or queen f7? What do you think?
Wow, well, queen f7, I wanted to play knight d4 and ignore all your plays. c5 is a move that I said, wow, okay, you want to stop my play, yeah?
You say you have good nerves, yeah? But also
You have good nerves, you have very good nerves, but there is some queen d2, no, after
queen d2,
after
queen
c5.
f7, I was thinking.
But there is a
c5
pin.
is hanging, yeah, okay.
Yes,
Oh,
let me just
king on d8, yeah?
show this, because otherwise it would be a very nice move if black is in time to get this and castles.
Maybe we are, we have b6, yeah?
Maybe, yes. I just want to highlight that, yeah, then the rook on a5 will be completely out of the game. So, yes, it's a very interesting move. And then that's why I wanted to use the chance that there is this double, triple kind of attack due to the pin. And then how you want to react?
I believe b6, we need the tempo.
You have b6.
And basically pre-moving queen f7.
Yeah.
Then it feels like I might get out, yeah?
This is a game then, yes. It's of course very messy, but it is
And
a game.
it's beneficial to me that the king actually lands on g8 here, yeah?
Exactly, yes, as far as possible, yes. Wow, okay, this is already also fancy. It's the freestyle spirit, yeah? It is the freestyle spirit. So you were advocating for...
It is certainly not the Alapin spirit, yeah?
Yes.
Going c5, going the other direction with the king.
Yeah, but you were anyway advocating for simply rotating the rook to d1, and let's take a look, let's compare this position, what we might be, and you are probably also thinking about one of these moves, activating the queen.
Absolutely, yeah. And you have to think, are you in time to evacuate the king here, or do you have to kind of survive on the other side?
Okay, my natural instinct was that I want to activate my queen as quickly as possible, but...
I suppose we go a3.
Do I have time? And then try to do the Alex business. But then knight e2 is coming, and knight c3 or knight d4 with
At the
tempo.
very least, yeah, we are up a little bit of time because the rook didn't go anywhere curious.
Yeah. Interesting, and Amin is about to, rook takes d5. All right, guys, we will see how Magnus reacts to it. We are not sure, we are in the dark. Because if it gets bad, it gets very bad. On the other hand, the good news for Magnus is he feels that if I somehow able to evacuate my king to the king side, to the right side of the board, somehow the king gets here, it will get time, then he might be okay. He might be okay, so everything depends on timing.
Yeah, bishop e6 feels like the correct move.
Feels like, it feels like the justification. And it's also the move that probably Magnus will play quickly. Is not at the board yet, I believe.
Okay.
But okay, that's only my... no, he's at the board.
He is at, yeah, there we go.
He's at the board.
I think he also understands that if things play out in any normal kind of way, white has some positional advantage here. Yeah?
Well, advantage and initiative together, yeah, because sometimes you have the initiative but you don't have advantage. Here if white gets it,
you have both, yeah.
Yes. So be careful, yeah. He needs to be double Magnus to actually survive. If Magnus would be playing from the white side, honestly, in my mind, I would already call it like 1-0, and the rest is formality. So the reason why I'm more optimistic for black is that Magnus is sitting on the black side. But what kind of magic miracle can he do? That's another question. And it's interesting that this rook d1 back Yeah, it's.
I mean, you kind of just wanted to not be in the way of the bishops, and we are assuming already that the king will never go to c8. Yeah, it's just not going to happen with the pawn on a7 hanging and everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Is there any other? I'm looking. I don't see how well Magnus is taking his time. Oof, very difficult spot. Very difficult spot. And I don't know now. Magnus, of course, as a father, a family man, maybe he is used to getting up earlier. Yeah, but I remember him also in previous years having a different schedule. Like he was going to bed quite late and then waking up early. That's why he refused playing the Bundesliga. Yeah, because this Sunday 10 o'clock morning game was a total nightmare. I think once he played and he lost to Bartosz Soczko. I do recall some game more than 10 years ago, maybe
I
15
think
years ago.
it is quite common for chess players to be more night owls, because commonly in strong events the games start at 3 o'clock or something around that. So it doesn't make sense to wake up at 7 and already be closing in on the end of the day by the time you have to play.
Exactly. Basically, I became a professional chess player at the age of 10, 11, and ever since I was not going to school. So my whole biorhythm, everything developed that you are like a performer, and from 3 o'clock the stage is yours and you have to perform to perfection. Back then we were playing the 7 hours time control. Yeah, till 10 o'clock in the evening you have to perform perfectly. I even played in an event in Argentina, in Buenos Aires in '94, as a 14-year-old, and the game started 5:30. And I remember that we adjourned my game at midnight against Campora. It was a legendary event. I was so happy to be visiting Argentina, and I remember that I was actually fine with it. It was normal for me as a kid to be still very much active, and if you ask me, I'm much more fresh 2 o'clock in the morning right now than, for me the worst time is 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock, and that's why I'm slowly getting back to my shape as we progress the day.
Yeah, I also remember, I think around midnight is the latest that I ever played, but it happens quite frequently that in the evening at, I don't know, 8, 9, when most people, let's say, are finished for the day, and this is when their free time starts, that you are kind of in the middle of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is why it's natural to be a bit more used to later rounds.
Yeah, whenever our neighbor tells us, yeah, good night when we meet 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, and we say, yes, the day is just beginning.
But actually, if you look at it, Magnus has used up almost 1 hour of his time already, and he's way down on the clock, and something is bothering him, apart from the obvious that the position is quite dangerous in itself.
Well, the starting position bothers him still, yeah, because he did not manage. Already in many other boards, situation have kind of clarified for black, yeah, in many of the other boards, but he's the one who is actually feeling the aftermath of what has happened with the starting position, and one has to give tremendous credit to Tabatabaei. We have seen his time management, somehow sensing exactly when to think, which decision to make, what will be the most unpleasant move for Magnus. And Magnus is about to make a move. Bishop e7. Yeah, bishop e7. Not committing yet. Oof.
Maybe he wants to prioritize castling, actually, to just kind of leave the bishop on c8 while he can.
Yes, because just to show our audience one more time that after bishop e6, rook d1, one of the problems we always face that this knight e2, knight d4 is coming with a tempo hitting the bishop on e6. So probably this is the reason why Magnus decides, wait a second, let me play bishop e7, let me somehow get queen to f7, and then castle, say goodbye, and then we will see a completely different body language by Magnus if that happens. But will he be able to get there? Bishop c4, for example, is a move now. Or after that, bishop e6, I cannot sacrifice the exchange. I wanted to sacrifice the exchange. I'm already, and let me even try it. So bishop
just going
c4,
queen b4 or something.
Queen b4, exactly. Bishop e6, queen b4. Let's forget about engine. It's just a human kind of reaction. For example, Judith would be immediately jumping on this line that, let's take a look. It looks very dangerous. You haven't castled yet. Where is this king going?
Let's see. Okay, I mean, the obvious question is we take on d5, yeah? we are fearless.
Okay, well, I felt like you design after bishop d5, and you call it fearless, yeah? Just, I like the wording, yeah? It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Let's say rook b8 I can't even play, yeah? Everything is just hanging, yeah?
Everything is falling apart. No,
okay,
no, no, no.
That we just cannot take, yeah?
This is Judith's spirit. Greetings to Judith, by the way, yes. So, queen to b4, and it might become a miniature, I don't know. I would be terrified.
Okay, which moves can we play? b7 is hanging, that much is obvious.
Okay, maybe you have to play b6, but ufa tufa. This is then knight e2, I don't know. I can't even, okay, I leave it to you because I cannot think from black's perspective here. I'm terrified. But also we can try to understand if after bishop c4 maybe you, because I don't want to, you know, influence you in any way. Maybe you say like, come on, but I have a much better move. Why I have to analyze?
No, I think bishop e6 is fine. Just go queen before b6.
Fine, yeah? Wow. Okay, so nice to have you here, Alex. Somebody has, you know, the courage. Somebody has the braveness or naivety. I don't know how to call it, but my brain just refuses, you know, to. Okay, knight e2. Why is this not designs?
Let's see. c5 is a move, right?
Yes, it is a move, but
probably
okay,
not.
Queen
no,
b3.
Okay, this is looking like too much. Yeah,
this is too much.
Okay,
yes.
let's go back to queen b4 because we have to find a way to defend here. Yeah?
Yeah, I love this young attitude. Yeah, you guys are always optimistic. You feel that there is everywhere some resource.
Okay, so
this is great.
This might go horribly, but what if we just ignore the threats and go, let's say, queen d7?
Wow. Wow. This is, if it works, it's the double exclamation mark of all double exclamation marks.
We see it probably doesn't work, but I mean, I want to castle, yeah?
Yes, you want to castle, yeah. So we will continue, yeah. We are not taking it back because the computer says something. I'm curious about queen b7, short castle, bishop to b5. Is that a possibility?
I mean, I'd probably just go queen d8.
The reason why I'm not making it yet, but okay, for our audience, otherwise I would be thinking, because this is also a very committal decision from my perspective. Then you castle, and the move that I mentioned was bishop to b5.
Because
bishop
takes d5 starts to be a threat, yeah?
Well, I don't know. I like to sacrifice exchange, but yeah, I already mentioned this bishop b5 move, and you wanted to go back, yeah. And that exactly was the reason why I was not so sure about this operation, but I was not sure about bishop b5, but that's why I got already not sure that queen takes b7 I want to play. So as long as I don't have a clear picture, I never like to take and then I will think. Yeah, I want to take with a clear vision why I'm taking. Yeah, it's this is how we operate as chess players. So another possibility. But okay, after queen d7, you put at least pressure on me, yeah, because you are threatening to castle. I have to.
I'm also perhaps threatening to go c6. I don't know how dangerous that is, but I would.
For example, just out of curiosity, just because of Judith. So if I play knight e2, you play c6. Can I play knight d4?
I mean, I could castle here, and then knight d4 runs into c5. I think.
Yeah, but okay, just for Judith's purpose, because I wanted to see that. This knight d4, cd, ed, and then some bishop b5, and it does not seem to work, okay? But actually after cd, computer got excited, maybe I can play bishop b5, but it's just a mess, okay? It's not a clear refutation.
It's too much to, I think your position is good enough that you don't need to like sacrifice the house.
Yeah, also after c6, I have many options, it's good, so you mentioned you would castle, or you want to take, or what?
I think I want to castle, yeah.
You want to castle. If you castle, then I play. And then the c5 was your.
I was hoping it works, that rook c5 works out in my favor, but I'm not sure.
How many tactics are there in this position? Yeah?
Now we need someone who calculates instantly, yeah?
Yeah, for example, knight e6, cb, knight takes f8, also interests me with all this. Okay, I'm not a computer. I just sense that this is dangerous and it's
maybe we
interesting.
have queen e8.
You can take with the king. No,
just king takes.
No,
yeah, okay.
forget about it.
Okay.
Pardon me. Yeah, pardon me. Of course, black can just take and get out of and wins on the spot. Yeah, let's not get carried away.
I think we actually have a different move on the live board.
After bishop e7, something happened. Knight e2 happened immediately. Okay.
I think so. Yeah. So
Yes.
Tabatabaei doesn't want any part of it.
Understandably. By the way, after bishop e6, is knight d4 a move? Or
We already know that sacrificing the exchange is always a move, yeah. But in this case, I believe you have to consider at least taking a long castle, yeah.
Okay, but then bishop b5. No. Then I do it. It's not just a position sacrifice which I like, but Magnus will go queen f7. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. He sticks to your original plan. Yeah. That this was the point, not to commit the bishop to e6.
Yeah, that is what he wants. And if he wanted to go anywhere with bishop e6, he would have done so right away.
Yes. And for the very first time, I felt like Magnus shows some confidence. He gets up, he drinks, yeah, and his body language is changing. Okay, give me one more, okay, castle.
He can sense the king evacuating, yeah.
Yes, and then the game can start finally, yes.
Yeah.
And that was the reason why I somehow felt like bishop c4 was very critical and very principled in order to try to stop this plan of black evacuating the king. But maybe, just calculate some line.
Do you think knight d4 is an option here?
Yes, I would like to play this move, definitely.
It feels like it's very much pushing it, but...
and then bishop to c4 and...
yeah, the idea is basically what I thought about castles, bishop c4, and if king h8, rook c5 would win, I think.
Yes, this kind of things are...
Computer's not impressed, yeah, but apparently there is some way to continue, but...
Okay, probably he wants to trap the rook then, but we sacrificed. We anyway want to sacrifice. It's not, not a big deal. So let's just, for example, imagine a line like this, and then we just take on c8, and we say that thank you very much. Okay, this is a clear advantage for white. Okay, put the bishop back to b3. Maybe not exactly b3. Maybe I can put it on d5. It's a tempo is important. Anyway, if we get time for queen d2, rook d1,
yeah,
it's looking very promising. Bishop e6 is maybe a tempo move. Who knows? All right. So knight d4 seems to be the critical move. And then let's see if Magnus's body language will still be so confident.
I was wondering actually why I wasn't sure about knight d4 is what happens after c6, but perhaps there's just queen a5 check. And you have to commit the king somewhere, which is not g8. And now all the pieces are going all over the place again.
Judith is coming back to life.
Yeah,
bishop c4.
I know you're gonna suggest it.
Yes, her spirit is here. Yes, it is so pity that she's not playing anymore because she has all this beautiful... I remember the story, then in 2022 in Madrid, she just came, played in the park and checkmated Magnus there. Of course, it was very, very unfortunate. Magnus just played like this, some pause, and exactly playing pause against Judith. She was all her childhood playing pause and with black. So she has all this spirit deep inside her and then just checkmated Magnus in 10 moves or something. Yeah, Judith is Judith.
Yeah, I mean, this position here, the game might start, but who knows where it will go. Yeah, like this is a position where black is definitely the one kind of hanging on the edge.
Yeah, let me even put it just, is this bishop's... No. The computer, I hate the computer. I mean, why don't you appreciate... Okay, CD, bishop d5, tremendous attack, compensation, rook d1 is coming, black king is in the center, romantic times. But we are
I think
not
we just go rook h5, yeah, instead.
Yes.
And then continue playing.
Exactly. So no reason to sacrifice the house. You just go rook h5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing too outstanding here, but there are ideas with some tactics on c6 potentially, because the king on e8, it can no longer castle, yeah, it can only walk.
Exactly. Exactly. So, all right, all eyes on this game. And all eyes on Tabatabaei.
Wait, I think we have a result.
We have a result? Where do we have a result?
In
Vahidov, not Vahidov, because there's also Vahidov, a great player, but yes, it is Nadia Abdusatlov
Oh, in fact, we have two results.
drawing, and Benjamin Bok against Maxim Vashilagrav.
Maybe we should quickly see what happened in the Benjamin
Yes.
Bok game, just to know how they came to finish so fast.
Yes. Wow, that was a draw for. Wow, professional. Let's save energy. After all, it's double runs played here, and it is kind of a fairly equal position. I'm not going to win it. Wow, what is it, Karo-Khan?
Yeah, that was the exchange Karo-Khan, if you remember.
That was
yeah?
the exchange Karo-Khan, D4, F6.
Yeah, MVL playing it very solid.
What a genius MVL is, yeah? Coming up with D4, F6 at all, it's already, deserves an Oscar. I don't know, this is some incredible performance. F6, F3.
Now, the normal move would be bishop c4 or a3, yeah? Exactly.
Yes. So all the tradition, and then, yeah, it goes along the traditional ways. Takes, it is a very solid line. And here the castles probably benefits white, but not to dramatic extent.
Yeah, he has the bishop pair, and it is an okay position.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah, I
so
think
all the traditional natural moves, yeah.
Very solid game. You could have just mirrored it, and it would have made perfect sense as well, I think.
Yes, I like it. You know, very solid, very precise, not giving the opponent chances to show romantic stand. I mean, he's playing knight d4 on the board. Fire on board here for us. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your breaths. It's all about Magnus Carlsen not dealing with the move knight d4. He tries to signal some confidence, but he needs a brilliant move now.
And he is on the verge of getting close to time trouble, because whichever decisions he makes here, they are probably very, very committal, and he will need some time to navigate the complications.
Yes. Oh, just when it looked like he's one move away from happiness, and then he can just go behind the stage, have some banana, just enjoy, get some energy for the rest of the game. He's faced with this tremendous pressure.
Perhaps he will castle and go for the exchange up position that we discussed, even though it looks very passive from our perspective. Perhaps
but maybe it's the best, yeah?
Perhaps it would also be a good moment for us to have a banana. And
it's always a good idea, yes, for sure. But the reason why we are also not having too many breaks, guys, the action is amazing. We are loving what we are doing, but clearly everybody needs a little break to get the energy that we need in order to provide you the best coverage possible. Also during the breaks, we always have the camera on, I think, on the players. So
yeah.
Whoever follows the action sees what's happening. Then let's call it.
I think, yeah, we will take a short break, and then we will come back with all of the action, which seems to be heating up very much here, especially on the first board.
Yeah, see you soon. are back. We have just seen once again this incredible video footage about the playing hall, and when I see this incredible playing hall, and I think like how many people have to be there behind the scenes working to make this, enable this tournament, this festival. Amazing stuff. So big thank you for the organizers, for sponsors making this event happen, and that's why we can have this incredible playing hall, this fantastic stage with so many players, 3,600 plus. And last night I had a chance to talk to Sven Lopez, the main organizer, the mastermind of all this, and ask him, Sven, but what is the final exact number? And he said me that, no, we don't have final number yet, because people are still coming. Can you imagine that? They are still coming. Yesterday there were many kids signing up who couldn't play before for some reason, and they are entering the tournament, and I believe the FIDE rule says that you have to play more than half of your games. So basically, up till 5th round, people could enter the tournament.
That is amazing indeed. And eventually, we will get a final count of everyone who participated here. And it is amazing to see. You can also see it on the screen. The huge crowd gathered in front of the stage. Well, also, all the boards are still full, or most of them are. And it's a really big event. It's kind of a celebration of chess on all levels. And we are right in the middle of it. I think let's dive in and see what happened while we were on a break.
Yes, I think in order to catch up with most of the action, we should get the bird's eye view going, and then we see, because I believe in the Magnus's game, not too much have happened. Well, actually, something very significant and very important happened, because Carlsen castled. We talked about it, that he desperately needs to castle, and then there was the possibility for white, for Tabatabaei to go along our lines with bishop c4 and the exchange sacrifice. He did spend a lot of time, something like almost 20 minutes, and decided on queen c3, which the computer likes. It was the other alternative. We will be dealing with this position later. Let's just quickly understand what's in store. For example, Nepo, there were times when I was really worried for his position. It looked like Parham got the initiative, he was better, but by now Nepo consolidated, and it is a stable position for white.
Yeah,
maybe even better, but please tell me what you think.
I think the biggest problem for Parham is that his knight kind of got stuck on c6. It can't go to e7 anymore. It has no way to get to d5, and that's why his kind of advanced pawns on the king side, they don't do that much just yet. It's not dramatic or anything, but this knight will be a problem long term.
Yes, and if we have a quick chance to look at it, then I would like to highlight at one moment, not a concrete move, just a position, that let's look at that position and treasure it from black side and compare it with the current situation, and then we immediately see the difference, why Jan is nodding, calculating that, yes, okay, you are solid, I don't know yet how I'm going to break through, but I'm the one calling the shots, and this is extremely important in practical game. By the way, look at the clock situation, 54 minutes versus 12 and a half. That might also turn out to be very important. Wait a second. Actually, Parham, of course, I did not even think about that the pawn on h5 is hanging, because all this knight takes e5 motifs and then rook takes d3 is certainly something that white would never ever even want to calculate. But as a commentator, I felt obliged to mention it.
Yeah, I think Nepo is reasonably in control here, but it is a Benoni position, so anything can happen still. These are very, very wild.
Yeah, then we have the Niemann-Mendonca game, which we haven't covered yet, basically, because compared to the other games, that had the least development. Now I do see some action there, and it feels like white is building up some initiative. The computer really likes white's position at the moment, but it also caught my attention because the typical way of just trading on d5 with knight, bishop takes d5, bishop e6, and liquidating would run into change of bishops and f4, and due to the pin along the e file, white is winning a piece. And because of this, then suddenly I started to worry because the white bishop from c1 might come to e3. Maybe it's also a game that we can now suddenly visit because there are things happening. Nadir back, super happy, I believe, and relieved that this game is finished. He survived the worst. Let's enjoy the rest of the tournament. Vincent Keymer, what is your take on Morsin against Vincent? It's a very special kind of position now.
Yeah, it feels a little bit unusual with the king on c8. Could be in a little bit of danger, but in general, as long as Vincent stays kind of cautious, he has the bishop pair. The queens are potentially set up to be traded. He will not be unhappy here.
Yes, and in the last board, last board on our top boards, it's board number 6, Fedosev against Chigaev, where we have seen that opening heavily backfiring for white, which was kind of a sensation. And we already talked about it. I will not be repeating my sentiment there. And everybody knows what I'm talking about. Poor Fedosev is in the back foot. He needs a miracle. He just played the pawn sacrifice with g4, sacrificing another pawn in order to try to change the character of the game, hope for some counterplay. But if we talk seriously, then of course black with the knight on e5 and being up material should win this, take home this game convincingly. And maybe we can also have a look at the other boards. We already have a big win for Nihal Sarin. It was the miniature of the day. Kaidanov, the experienced US player, got checkmated. Actually, he fell victim of this very unfortunate and very difficult starting position for white.
At least someone is having good success against him. I am 0 out of 2 against Kaidanov, and somehow there's never been an easy opponent for me. So Nihal showing what he can do there.
Yeah, Nihal is okay. Kaidanov, you know, in my times when I was growing up, I was studying his games. Yeah, in this early 90s. Yeah, he was like.
I understand, Peter, but I wasn't playing him in your times. I was playing him in my times, up to 5 years ago.
I understand, but I wanted to say that yeah, he's a very experienced player who is still sharp. And in those days, he was like 2640, which was like top 50 in the world for sure, and very good theoretician. He was, I think, expert in the Slav Botvinnik variation and all these kind of things. He was always involved in heavy theory. And it seems to me if you say that you even now had some trouble against him, it means that he is still very much active. He's working on his chess.
He's, I believe, still one of the most active players, let's say, above the age of 60. So he's still playing some tournaments, and not just closed ones, also opens, as we see here.
Yeah, I remember him in Qatar Masters also in 2023 doing well.
Yeah, so he still very much enjoys chess, and I believe that he lost here to Nihal, but he still has a great many chances to make it a good tournament.
Yes, what catches my attention is also the game between Duda and Kamalidanova. The last move, knight d5 to c3, a move that usually wins the game. Unfortunately, here it might be spectacular. Let me just highlight one small little line. If white plays the move knight b1, trying to trade queens or something, of course, the look is saying there is knight a2 checkmate. It's so funny because, okay, you don't really see this kind of patterns very often. Kamalidanova is 3 out of 3 and Duda is 2.5.
The defense here might be knight c4, I believe, or knight b3, move, yeah? One of those two, yeah. And then you have the time to take with the queen on c3. So something like knight b3, bishop b3, queen takes c3, kind of disarms this whole idea.
Yeah, maybe let's even quickly visit this game. We have little time before the crazy action.
We actually see Duda play knight b3.
Yeah, knight b3 is the professional move, is the good move. Also, let's give credit to Kamalidanova, who yesterday had a fantastic day. Yes, the first game against Ralph, one could say that yeah, this castle incident influenced the outcome, but then she also beat Kartikeyan, knowing that how much is at stake for the ladies. Yeah, the top 3 ladies finishers will qualify for the next Freestyle World Championship.
Yeah, but here Duda has a very technical position, an extra pawn, and I believe he will be converting this in a very patient manner, as elite players are usually going to do.
Yes, I also feel that, okay, playing exactly against Duda with the black pieces, 10 o'clock in the morning with this reversed king-queen position, yes, certainly wasn't easy, and most probably she will lose the game, but she got into an endgame. Yes, we are expecting Duda to squeeze it out, but at least
it is still going to last for a long time,
exactly.
yeah, no matter how it ends.
Black has some king e7, bishop d7 moves, yeah, because I was expecting that bishop b5 followed by knight d4, rook h1. White's play is very simple, plays in the center. This is not the usual kind of Berlin defense endgame. It is a completely different one. First of all, White is up a pawn, and White also has the initiative, the active pieces. All right, so we assume Duda will win this. What about Harika? Harika was the other player who, from the ladies section, managed to get 3 out of 3, but facing Nodirbek Yakuboev, after yesterday beating Liang Gavander, yes, that was, of course, more connected with Avander's will to win and rushing and blundering a piece in one move, but Harika was there, and already the way how she handled this opening stage, which was kind of difficult there, we covered it, shows that she's doing great, but here now she's in trouble, no?
Yeah, it looks like it. It's a very typical idea in some structures to push this pawn to a6 to weaken the light squares. We will see what exactly happens. If b6 is going to appear on the board, which I think is likely, then we'll see if bishop b5, yeah, and now White will try to maneuver one of the knights towards the c6 square. It's not immediately obvious which one will go there and what route it'll take, but ideas like knight c3, knight a2 might be in the air.
Yeah, certainly it looks very present for White. Yeah, knight c3 protects the bishop, and then, of course, we are dreaming of some knight maneuver, somehow reaching c6. Very unpleasant for Harika.
I believe both sides can still castle, right?
I guess so, because the king was, it cannot be that the king moved and then came back. It is impossible just very quickly to see what d4, yeah, d4, the monster. Ah, this was this, yeah, e4 b6.
Yeah, this was the kind of a, I don't know, pseudo-modern.
Yeah. Well, they are playing actually with all the fundamental knowledge, the principal chess, trading the so-called bad bishop. At some point, this kind of stuff was considered to be a big achievement for Black, but now the modern kind of understanding is that the advance of the h-pawn, which is now the a-pawn, guarantees White serious initiative. And okay, this was a little bit special. I'm not sure that I like what White was doing, but okay, finally.
I'm wondering, Peter, to you, is this a reversed French, or is this some kind of I don't know, some strange Rui Lopez where White pushed d5? What is your first instinct to see this as? Because I know that we as experienced players, we kind of tend to compare it to openings that we know.
Yes, well, to me it was like a King's Indian, you know, the first feeling, yeah, when I saw it, when we just came to this position, but then I was like laughing that, why exactly do I think it's King's Indian? First of all, the pawn is still on c2, it's not on c4.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are all these finesses, but it reminds me of some French, actually, because...
it is probably closest to a French, yeah?
Yes, exactly. So we see Yakuboev and Harika. Well, it was very close contest that Yakuboev is now not at the candidates, right? Because Yakuboev was the player who actually stopped you on your journey, and you were just one match win away from joining the semifinals, right, in the World Cup. Can you just say a few words about your general feeling about your success in the World Cup and also this Yakuboyev?
I mean, I had a great run there. Yeah, I beat a lot of very strong players, and unfortunately, I could not beat Yakuboyev anymore. I lost the match to him in the classical part, and honestly, the way I played, I should have lost 0-2, but in a knockout format, you don't really push for more than you need, and he just needed a draw, which he got in the second game. He was a bit unlucky to miss out on the World Cup there. He played the semifinals, and obviously 3 out of 4 semifinalists qualify, but he could not make it there anymore. Still, I think he's very much up and coming. He's probably around his peak rating right now. He was very briefly, I think, at 2,700, but still very, very close. And there's plenty to look forward to from him as well.
Yes, and how proud are you of this World Cup, and what does it mean to you? Does this give you the confidence and all this motivation to let me get there once again?
I think it's definitely possible, yeah, and it feels good that you played a very good tournament at the moment exactly when it mattered, because I play a lot of events and some of them are good, some are bad, but to actually show everything you can when it's really on the line, when you play the strongest opponents, I think that's a very good feeling. It shows you that you can deliver when you have to, and if you do that again, good things will happen.
Yeah, I remember that. Do I remember correctly that in the second round you beat David Anton Giharo?
Yeah.
Yes, and that was the one that I felt like, well, if you are able to beat David Anton Giharo, whom I have tremendous respect for, then this might be your tournament. Yeah, that opened in my mind the way for you. And then whom else did you beat?
After that, I beat Anish.
Anish, exactly.
And after that, I beat Matthias. So I played both of the Grand Swiss top finishers, who, in a way, did not need to qualify, but still, was very happy about those. And then I had this very long match against Lekwang Liem that I won in the end. And after that, I lost to Yakuboyev. That was the quarterfinal stage.
But probably this match against Lekwang Liem took all your energy, right? Or how do you feel?
That's so, and it was a bit unfortunate that there were rest days at the World Cup, like common rest days, and the first one I used to great effect, but the second one would have only been after the quarterfinals, so I just did not make it towards it, and I had to play on the very next day, which was a game I lost, and it was not the best match for me.
Yes, in any case, big congratulations once again for this brilliant performance. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Donchenko has been one of the top guys in Go at the World Cup, and it's so nice to have you here, and I think the people also very much appreciate sharing all your insights, and they get to experience your expertise from first hand.
Thank you, Peter.
And how do you feel about being here and doing the commentary for the very first time? Because it's so difficult for me to imagine not seeing you play. And yesterday we laughed about it that, okay, you are young, you like to play, you are this incredible fighter that you would love to be playing, but because of your schedule you couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, for me it's of course a different experience, but I think it's not too bad in the sense that I get to look at the players from the side and maybe learn a lot about the players that I usually face directly, and it is actually interesting to see, also to listen to you interpret everything that we see on camera, and to see how much you can actually experience from the side, even though you are focusing on the games, but it is a bit of a different feeling than actually being in the midst of it.
Yeah, perfect. So I think we have now rounded up our tour, and we can head back to Magnus. Let's take a look what's happening there. I mean, wow, so much had happened.
We had some big liquidations there.
And what do we make of it? At least queens are traded. Situation has kind of clarified. I believe it should be good news for Magnus, even if it seems like white is pressing, but we are not getting checkmated anymore.
Yeah, we're definitely not getting checkmated. It is a bit of a passive position. In fact, it wouldn't be too uncommon to see Magnus with white here against anyone. They're kind of trying to squeeze it out. But here he kind of has to hope that he will not be squeezed by Tabatabaei. his chances to hold are probably pretty high. He can play something like a6 and rook c8 and whatnot and be reasonably solid. But I mean, he's an ambitious player. He will try to win this. And at the very least, I believe this game is likely to be the end of the 100% run that Magnus has had so far.
Exactly, not just in this tournament, but overall with last year's brilliancy and historic result. Let's just revisit quickly what happened here. And the point is why things heated up so fast is that after the move knight d4 castles, queen c3, the move queen c3 basically invited this liquidation, because we are talking about two brilliant players who understood that probably the next sequence of moves are kind of forced. So after the move queen c3 targeting the pawn, black is unable to play c6, I believe, because then bishop c4 will be devastating, winning the queen, winning material. It's not a rook sacrifice anymore, it's not romantic times, it's just cashing in effectivity. So after move queen c3, bishop f6 had to be played, and now Amin of course understands that the justification of his play is to play move per move. Black is just one move away of consolidating with king h8, and we have a game for 3 results. And rook takes d6. The rook sacrifice, which is not really a sacrifice because it's a 4 sequence of moves, cd, bishop c4. White is threatening to win the queen, but there is not just one pin, there's a counter pin here as well. So black plays the move bishop e6. Bishop takes e6. Queen takes e6. Queen sacrifice, but not really a queen sacrifice. Knight takes e6. Bishop takes c3. Knight takes the rook on f8. Black has this very important vital intermezzo of bishop takes b2, which already Magnus had to foresee, I believe, when he played the move queen f7. I'm pretty sure that he already at that point calculated that he has this endgame exit. Bishop b2, king f8, and then rook d1, king e7, rook d5 played, and this is how we reach the live action. First, I also thought, like, wait a second, yeah, the setup that you mentioned, Alex, that a6, rook c8, and we covered the weaknesses there. Compare with this, if black plays b6, then white will, of course, have this a4, a5 break. But then I realized that you already mentioned one time today that the rook also has this h5 square, yeah? So I'm kind of a little bit worried that what will happen if white combines bishop d4 and rook h5 target, and then suddenly we are talking about too many weaknesses. Will Magnus be able to handle all of them?
I think you need to proceed with a little bit of finesse here with white, because just attacking the pawns will probably not be enough, since black usually has some like king e6, knight e5, and rook h5 just answer it with h6. But he needs to play kind of on both sides. He needs to use the bishop that's currently targeting the a7 pawn. It could target the g7 pawn as well. The rook is already, that's why I mean played rook d5. It can swing to anywhere on the board from the 5th rank. And Magnus is also taking his time, because both players understand there isn't really a forced sequence here to look out for, and he needs to play a kind of defensive move that pays attention to all of white's ideas.
And what could it be? Does he have time for king e6 and then try to get knight to e5? Is that an option?
If he's very worried about these things, he could go knight e5 directly.
Ah, wow, yes, that's a fair point. But then it runs into bishop c5, knight c. Okay, let's just check it a little closer. So yeah, probably knight e5 is the blockading move.
Bishop c5 might allow some trickery here, but
yeah, let's just check it, because it is a principal move, and the reason why Magnus is not blitzing out knight e5 is clear that he is calculating the consequences of this.
We might be in time to play knight c4 followed by b5.
b5, yes.
It is a bit risky, I feel.
But it's principled. However, then I fall back with the bishop to d4, and all of a sudden b5, g7 pawns are hanging together.
Yeah, we would probably try to play for rook c8 or something, or a6. Kind of giving up the g7 pawn, trying to get rook g8 in, but this does feel a little shaky.
Yes, it just shows that, yes, why is Magnus thinking? Well, he's thinking because, yeah, the situation is extremely delicate. This is a very tricky position. You have so many things to take care of. And you beautifully highlighted that Magnus would be so happy with the white side, yeah, that he would say, this is exactly the position that I need when we have double runs. I don't need to calculate, I can rely on my class, my understand, I will torture here, I will torture there, I will combine all the elements and I will make the life of my opponent as miserable as possible. But now he's on the back foot, and it's very interesting to see that how he will handle it. Will he be able to show that, yes, you know, guys, if I have the better position, I always win, and if I have to defend, I will hold. And yes, one could argue that if this game ends in a draw, then Magnus's historical run ends there and he cannot get 9 out of 9. But drawing this game actually feels like a victory.
Yeah, and he will still have to play it till the very end, because, I mean, Tabatabaei is someone who, even if he plays Magnus, he will not shy away from a fight, as we have seen so far already. I would like to point out, even in the last round of the Reykjavik Open, where he was a point ahead, so a draw was enough to win the tournament, he still kind of went all out fighting and played a very long game trying to win it until the end.
Against him?
Against Mats Andersen from Denmark. He was white in that game. He could have played it solid and just secured tournament victory, but I believe he's a player who's always kind of trying to go for it, especially here, since he smells that there is a chance here. This is not a position you get to play against Magnus all the time.
And Magnus is leaning towards 95. It's on the board. I believe we'll be seeing this bishop c5 line, because if not for bishop c5, then king e6, b6 might be total cement. 95. Amin is about to blitz it out. All right, let's see.
I think so, yeah. He also sees it has to be the critical move, yeah.
And he probably expected the move 95. Magnus spent a lot of time, but
no,
he goes bishop d4 just, yeah. Or? Yes, bishop d4. It was, and Magnus is surprised. Have you seen, like, my feeling was like Magnus was thinking, why did I spend so much time if my opponent plays bishop d4? Now king e6. What is the problem? What is the problem?
Does he want to go for something like rook b5 and a4?
Yeah, but these are the least of my worries, because my knight is ready to jump to c4 all the time with check. White has to lose some more time, which probably gives me chance also for some g5, g4 counterplay. I don't believe, my instinct was saying that white has to be very energetic with bishop c5.
Probably, yeah.
Because this is soft. And why do you rush? I mean, you played so perfectly, and the time management was brilliant. Now Magnus spends 10 minutes before 95, clearly because he's worried of something. This is what I don't understand, yeah, that if Magnus blitzes out 95, signal that I don't mind anything, I'm super solid, but the 95 move was the most obvious and something bothered him. Then why do you come back to the board and a tempo play your move?
That is the question, yeah.
This is confusing to me, and Magnus is very happy. Yeah, king e6 on the board. There is no way Magnus will lose this game. No way. He's out of the woods for the very first time in this game. Breaking news, it is 12:50 already in the afternoon, is the moment when Magnus Carlsen got out of trouble.
Yeah, there is perhaps not so much left to play for him, but he definitely managed to finally get a position where he's, I think, reasonably comfortable.
And we talked about it already, yeah, that when favorites finally feel like, all right, I survived and I'm kind of safe, this will be the moment when Magnus will start to maybe think about that. Wait a second, this b6, g5, even if white, for example, is in time to play a5 with king b3, losing tempo, maybe we can even afford to sacrifice the pawn on b6, don't touch anything, and get this rook g8, g5, g4 counterplay going, and things can get tricky. Who knows? Who knows? Magnus is a magician. I would not rule it out that suddenly there is a surprise twist here. Of course, if white wants to shut the game down, he can. But you said that Tabatabaei, yeah, and I agree with this, he's a very ambitious player. I don't see him yet shutting it down.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't think he will do it just yet. He might realize that he kind of let his advantage slip away. But still, this is a position where white kind of can always let the game fizzle out if that's what he chooses to do.
Wow. Okay, so I think things have slowed down here. Magnus has stabilized. Even the EVA, but it's not just our feelings, which would be, even if the computer would be saying 0.50, I would say that this is the best position that Magnus had. And who knows, he has his own counterplay with g5, g4. This gives us the chance to move on. For example, we wanted to visit Nyepo's game. We also wanted to visit Hans Niemann's game. Let's just very quickly go and see what's going on. First of all, Parham down to 4 minutes against Nyepo's 42 minutes, and things are heating up. It is very much this Nyepo kind of play when he can play fast, put the pressure, and
What kind of play happened here? How did Parham possibly
Yes.
give up an exchange here?
yes, no. First we need Nyepo against Parham.
This is the game, no?
Yeah, this is the game. Yes, Parham, and look at it. Everything is written on his face. He had such a good opening. It's such a good opening. Now just we revisit the last few moves. Bishop c1 was a very classy move by Nyepo, highlighting, hinting at, I might break the structure there. Rook f5, knight f6.
Oh, so this is kind of an exchange sack, yes?
Yes, so he kind of invited this, and h4 was this voluntary, I don't know, takes, rook f1, h3, takes, rook h8, and then d5 was played by Nyepo. Seemingly he runs into knight takes d5, but there is knight h, what is he counting on?
I believe there is at least knight e8, which might be very unpleasant.
Ooh, that hurts. And it's typical Nyepo, because this knight h5 move I did not like so much. Then maybe we can make a second exchange, if we already sacrifice one exchange, but knight e5, knight e5, knight e8. High five, yeah, super sharp. Super sharp in the early hours, knight e8. It's not that early anymore. But yeah, this is brutal. This is what Parham had missed from distance. Obviously, yeah, he goes for knight e5, he had nothing to do. All eyes on Nyepo. Will he blitz out knight takes e5, knight e8? It is the Nyepo move. And it will happen in less than 10 seconds.
He is checking it, but it seems very clean, yeah? Because it's just directing the piece towards the e8 square, one way or the other.
So, but this is good. Yeah, I was worried that Nyepo might blitz it out in 10 seconds, and I would say that no. Even if it's great, but just don't do it. You have 42 minutes. At least take some time, because if it's good, then Black's position is falling apart, and he has hardly any time, and you will still have 40 minutes on your clock.
Yeah.
Just no reason.
No, he also wants to make sure everything is very clean, because you can usually sense when your position is winning, and it might not be the only move, but he plays it.
And he looks at Parham. Did you see it coming, my friend? And of course Parham has seen it, but he had nothing to do. Knight e8, brutal. We just came at the right moment, because this is stellar stuff, and that's why we are also always saying that, yeah, Nyepo in form, Nyepo in shape, not just Levon Aronyan, but also Nyepo makes the chessboard so much more interesting.
He has already used about 50 minutes of his time, of the 1.5 hours. If he keeps increasing it every game, by the end of the tournament, he might actually get to use all his time.
Wow, no, poor Parham. Feeling so sorry for him, because I know that he loved chess so much, and then now he's on the back foot at the receiving end of this beauty. Yeah, knight e8. Yeah, look at the pain.
I think there isn't really too much he can do. I'm surprised that the game is like, I don't even know how the game can last after this one.
Yeah, because of the pin. Yeah, he sacrificed the exchange in order to try to fight in murky, muddy waters, but this ends the murkiness. It becomes clear. Rook takes e8, queen takes e5, and there is this tremendous pin along the e file. Yeah, he has to take queen takes e5, and yeah, that's it. Nyepo in his element. Yeah, black kind of has to resign. The clock is ticking. Well, he will play queen f8, but okay.
thought he might play queen g6, but it probably doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, queen f8, queen g6. Queen g6. I was even worried of maybe some queen e6, but I wanted to hide my queen as far as possible. But okay, the only good news would be that after queen f8, bishop a6, I would sack the queen f8 played. I would sack the second exchange immediately, and I would be very happy that the game continues. But I'm worried of different things, like queen takes c7 is a possibility, but also maintaining the pin is an issue. So let me just highlight here that bishop a3 wins material, but don't do this. If you are winning, don't complicate matters. Then black will start jumping around and gets activity. No activity for you.
I think queen takes c7 looks fairly straightforward.
Yes, this is fairly straightforward, but I was still at least hoping that I can move my bishop. Of course, the d-pawn is also, but d-pawn moves, then my bishop comes to, but of course, yeah, it's
I'm wondering, there might be some source of counterplay, though.
I was hoping or dreaming for something. I didn't know exactly. Bishop c5, bishop f6. But that's why it wasn't obvious for me if we want to take.
We might also play some unpleasant move like h4.
Oof, that one hurts. That one is the move that basically almost invites resignation, yeah? Because everything else, at least, yes, we are losing probably objective, but there is some hope. But after h4?
Yeah, after h4, if f3 doesn't work in any sensible way, then I think there's just no move.
And of course, Nepo will play it. It is once again such a Nepo move. He came back to the board, looks at Parham, looks at the board, and he's like, why can't I play h4, yeah? And then how long does he take to... Yeah, look at this, he cannot
sit still, he wants to finish it, yeah?
He wants to finish it, yes. Yes,
there we go.
Of course, h4, and another stare at Parham, poor Parham. Yeah, this is Jan Nepomniachtchi. After all, we are talking about someone who has won 2 consecutive candidates, and let's just not even talk about it. I felt, because I was involved in all of them, it felt like 3 candidates, because it was the 2020, and then there was this break, and then 21. It was incredible torture for like 1 year. We were like channeled into this, that the tournament will continue and we have to be ready, and like this. It was very special. And then 2022, there was another one. Yeah, it was like 3 candidates in 3 years plus the World Championship match. During the pandemic times, it was something completely crazy, and Jan was unstoppable.
Yeah.
And now winning Aeroflot, and here doing extremely well. Yeah, h4, f3, as you highlighted, you are a great fighter yourself. You know exactly which moves are moves which are played with the intent to fight, yeah, not just for formality reasons.
Yeah. Now, the point is that if bishop takes g5, f2 might create some counterplay. Keyword might, but perhaps there is also just rook f2, rook e2, sorry, rook e2.
Clinical, yeah?
Yeah, and if Nepo does that little bit of calculation, then I think the game will end.
He already captured on g5.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, Nepo,
he's not taking his time, yeah?
Nepo takes it personal. He wants to finish over 40 minutes. Everything else is a failure. He's not fighting his opponent anymore, he's fighting himself, putting some new tests. Yeah, f2. And rook e2, yeah. No, I'm not going to spend any single second.
Yeah, I believe this might be the final position.
It's also very frustrating, no, when your opponent signals so much confidence and blitzes out the best possible moves.
Yeah.
But still, Parham will try something. I have seen Parham coming up with ideas when I thought like it's 100 times lost, and then he still comes up with something.
I feel that there's no more to this game, but We'll
Well,
see. He has 30
take on
seconds.
g5. He will take on g5. We'll give the e8 queen. I mean the rook trade and then take on h4 and play with the two bishops.
But it's not possible. You just lock the bishop away with c4 and you take on f2.
Yes. No, it is winning, but he will not resign. He played the move queen g8. Ah, queen g1. I told you. Parham always comes up with something. Yeah. Bishop takes e7, queen g1. What kind of resignation? Lucky for Nepo that he has time, otherwise things would heat up. Parham, master of resources.
Yeah. Unfortunately for him, there isn't an actual threat here.
But it forces Nepo to think. He cannot.
It forces Nepo to think.
Yes.
That's true. He cannot blitz out anything because he did not anticipate queen g8.
Yeah, it was also very difficult to anticipate. Yeah, you just blitz out the move bishop g5, rook e2, thinking like maybe knight's enough. Yeah, my opponent will resign. And all the more impressive this queen g8. And look at Parham. Yeah, can I fight? Can I find something somehow? Yeah, and it came as a small little shock for Nepo, thinking like that's it. Already what I will have for lunch and I'm still in time. Yeah, it's only 1 o'clock. I have now 3 hours. No, still have to fight. And the 40 minutes mark has passed.
It's moving away. He would need to blitz out a few moves to get back there.
Yes. But yeah, Jan doesn't want to think for too long. Magnus is also looking at the position. Rook f1 is played.
Yeah. As we see, black doesn't have an actual big threat if white doesn't capture on e7. He is closer to the 40-minute mark, but he needs help from Parham to not resign now to get there.
Yes. And we are not the only one who are looking at this board. Yeah, Magnus, Jules Moussa, and f4. What does this mean? Yeah, look at Magnus is also in disbelief, thinking like, wait, and looks at Parham like, this is not serious, or it is just out of frustration.
It's bishop e7, f3, I think.
Yes, of course. Unbelievable. This is just this man doesn't want to give up. He refuses to, because rook f2 runs into queen h7 check, and then rook takes e7. Yes, it is probably losing, but the game continues.
But Nepo will not play this.
Yes, and if rook e3, then one more time, queen g1.
Yep.
And black wins. Yeah, all of a sudden I wouldn't have called out black wins that, yeah, queen g1 shocker is coming. So be careful. It is Parham, and especially when your opponent is down to 50 seconds. This is a very tricky situation, and I urge everyone to take caution in such situation. Never rush, because this is the way how you can actually spoil your winning advantage.
Absolutely. Let's see, is there anything that prevents him from playing rook f takes f2?
Nothing.
Nothing, yeah?
He takes. Jan says and looks at Parham. I know I can sign, you are brilliant, you are coming up with the sources, but enough is enough.
I think if Parham doesn't run out of resources, he will run out of pawns here.
Yeah, and queen h7 check is met by queen e4, right?
It doesn't really need to be, but probably yes. Yeah.
Just so that the bishop will not start some business, some jump. So queen h7, he's down to 18 seconds. We can also see from Magnus's walk that he's confident that he's not having any trouble anymore. f3 played out of total frustration. And Jan feels like, how many pawns do I have to take?
I think Nepo isn't getting back to 40 minutes, though. That will be a bit much even for him.
Parham is trying to distract the rook's coordination somehow, but this pin is the problem.
I don't even see a particular problem with just taking on f3. I think at this point the position is so far gone that there are many moves that work.
Yeah, for sure. And not now, but once the round finishes, I want to revisit just for 5 seconds the position to highlight that what a brilliant Benoni position Parham actually got. And yeah, it's a heartbreak. But then Nyepo managed to consolidate, and after that he was just unstoppable. Oof, coming to terms. Parham. You know, my feeling is like chess deserves all these players, all these games, all these incredible fights, deserve every single board, a special 10 cameras, one exclusive commentator for every single game, yeah, because, but then we need, you know, this pay-per-view kind of stuff. It's only then possible to finance this and everything, yeah, but every game has so much emotions and so on, and now we are covering this, but we have to see the emotions of the players, we have to show respect. At the same time, how many other brilliant games are in progress as well. It is just crazy. And in football, this is normal, right? Every Bundesliga match is broadcasted with commentary, and people are ready to pay for it because it is their club. I want to watch. I cannot go to the match. Why isn't chess moving into this direction? It should, and I think it will come. It's just a matter of time. It has to come.
Well,
we are missing out on so much, you know, and the people and everyone is missing out on so much. This is cultural heritage. Every single game is like something very special.
yeah, and we see Nepo still taking his time. I think he's honestly a little fed up with Parham still playing moves, and he just wants to find a way to kind of stop the game immediately.
Yeah, and on the other hand, he doesn't want to make a blunder now, because then he would feel like a complete idiot.
I think the game is kind of past the blundering stage. Like, it is very hard to mess up with white.
Well, but we know that there is not a single chess position that we cannot mess up. I know it from my own experience, yeah, and I feel like this is plus 100, yeah, my opponent should design it, he's down to 2 seconds on the clock, and then your brain plays some crazy games with you, and then you find the only possible move after which you can still lose the completely winning position. So I'm very careful, and the problem of a miss like that would basically destroy your tournament, because you would just not be able to forgive yourself. Yeah, you would just think like, how could I have been such an idiot? I know that people who are not used to this kind of level and haven't played chess on the highest level, they might be thinking like, why I'm saying idiot, what kind of word is this? Because I know exactly how a player feels, yeah, under such circumstances, and that's why you have to take your time and make sure that it will not happen.
Yeah, no, it's just to very strong players, many things become second nature, and it is kind of equivalent to, let's say, no, we see Nepo playing a move. Yeah, he took on f3.
Yeah, he took on f3. Enough is enough, he said. I double, triple checked. Yeah, Parham is sacrificing. Yeah, now he will jump out with queen takes c8, queen takes d5, but the pair of bishops will be gone, and white will sacrifice back one of the exchange and consolidate and say thank you very much. We are expecting just h take g5, queen f3, queen e3, and the resignation to follow. For example, if we want to keep it very simple. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, we can see Magnus is super confident. He's looking around.
Do we see king b2? I would say king b2 and the game ends.
I thought queen e3 and the game ends. Let's see. Let's see. Both moves seem to be very effective and forced resignation, honestly. Let's just stick to this final move. Yeah, queen e3. I know my man. Yeah, and that's the resignation. Nyepo is saying some bishop a3 at some moment. And this is what I love. I mean, this was such a horrible loss now for Parham. It hurts him, and he still finds the strength to have a smile. because they are discussing some line which probably also heals his wound and it's good for his soul. Yeah, so we will see.
Yeah, we see Nepo keeping up the tradition that he is one of the first players to win. I think this round Nihal beat him to it, but still at the very, very top, finishing his game before anyone else.
Yeah, wow. And in the meantime, I already opened up the game of Tabatabaei against Magnus Carlsen, and exactly what I have been reading from his work, he's super confident because he cannot lose anymore, and it's Magnus, yeah? If he cannot lose anymore, then the game might start or not. Of course, it should be a dead draw.
Yeah, I believe, what can he play? He can play rook b8, yeah?
He did not play anything yet.
No, but players...
Just very, very quickly revisit. So
yeah.
basically, Tabatabaei has also given up on any hope. He gave up the bishop. He pushed c4. It's a very professional way, but this will also give black time to get his counterplay. So it's a professional way of... It will end in a draw, because white is also setting rook c6 check, kicking the king back, then the rook comes to a6. If, for example, black plays for the counterplay like this, then white will always have this rook a3 defending the f3 pawn. If black pushes the g3 move to target it with rook h8 and rook h2, then white will always be able to just come back. But kicking that king away is, I mean, still maybe trying something. What is your feeling?
That's what I actually think that Magnus is trying something if he plays rook b8.
If he plays rook b8, yes?
Because I don't think there's a very comfortable way to react to it.
Because if king cc, then my rook won't be any more mobile, yeah?
Yeah, and the rook goes to b5, it goes out of its way as well.
Yeah, rook b8 is smart, yeah. Of course, yeah, in my mind it was white to move.
It just feels to me like if stuff gets exchanged here, I think he plays it, yeah? If stuff starts getting exchanged here, then the black ideas on the king side are kind of a little more dangerous. Of course, there should still be lots of ways to make a draw, but it's just that Amin is probably the one looking for a forced draw here.
Yes, by now, yes. And now we see how much it backfired his decision of rushing with that bishop d4 move on move 23, because after that, the direction of the game is simply wrong. And this I kind of find very incredible in chess, that you can have 99% accuracy and people will upload you that, wow, actually you played 99% accuracy, but the critical moment you made the wrong choice, and actually your accuracy means that maybe you survived the game. But if you would have made that one, that critical choice correctly, then you could have afford later to have maybe 80% of accuracy and win the game easily. Yeah, it's this chess game is, and all the numbers never show exactly what's really happening.
I don't really believe in these accuracy numbers. They are like a funny invention. You can like go and look at them, but there are much more ways to play precisely or force your opponent to be imprecise than a simple number can reflect.
Exactly, of course, yes. By the way, suddenly it hit my mind while we were talking about all these accuracies that, for example, after a move like rook b5, rook c8 or rook h8, just to highlight, illustrate what I'm trying to say, yeah, rook b5 I think is played, and the rook moves away. It's kind of very natural maybe to play rook a5, hunt this pawn, and not just the pawn, but in general to give this check, and then the king falls back, and then you take. But for example, I played rook h2, and then I start marching with my king in, and who knows what's going on. It's tricky.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if there is a clean draw. By the way, is it just my impression, or does rook takes b5 lead to a queen endgame?
You mean takes and then the king walks to g3?
Yeah.
But I will go towards the e5 pawn.
I don't think you are in time.
I'm not in time?
I mean,
I haven't calculated yet. I don't even know your variation. What is it exactly? So
but no, it doesn't make sense. White will be better in the queen endgame. Yeah, you take.
Yes, takes.
GF, king f6.
GF, and why can't I intuitively so that I can come here?
Yeah, you're just about in time. King g5, king d5, king h4, takes, and you go to the d file and then we promote at the same time, I believe.
Yes, okay.
And white will just be slightly better there.
Yes, this is not, from black's perspective, it's not interesting. So the big question is rook c8, rook d8, or rook h8?
I think rook c8 isn't a winning try after rook c5.
Yes, fair point. So basically rook c8 we can conclude that no, rook c8 is definitely not. Rook d8 is already a valid move.
I would think that rook d8 allows king c3.
Yeah, but why did not play king c3 instead of rook b5?
It's a good question, but
that was
it doesn't mean we have to allow it now.
Yes, yes. But now we are in this situation when rook endgames are always tricky. If there is no dynamic, then rook endgames have the very big tendency of being drawish. But when there is this unbalance, then suddenly, just by even giving up some pawns in order to get to the quality pawn, and then you start to race, can be extremely dangerous. Magnus might smell blood here.
I mean, it would surprise me that if there is an actual serious chance here, because I mean, he has 15 minutes. He knows that he's like within 1 or 2 moves of a position that is close to a theoretical draw. So.
Okay, but he had this fantastic position before, yeah? Life was so beautiful, and all of a sudden, he's the one who has to be worried. Yeah, and look at this, he is fully focused. By the way, because, okay, things have slowed down, and we will be seeing, maybe let's get the bird's eye view, so that we are also covering the other games.
Just so we don't miss something big going on. There we have Nepos win, and Vokhidov Abdusattorov draw are still the only results here.
Yeah, we never had the chance to visit Hans Niemann's game against Mendonca. By the way, Mendonca is down to 33 seconds and has a very tough position.
Yeah, I think this is actually one of those endgames that might go on forever, so I think we might visit this game yet.
Yes. And Vincent against Morsin, the clock situation, 1.5 minutes for Morsin, 11 minutes for Vincent. It's a wild affair. I like very much the dynamic in black's play. Black has sacrificed the pawn, but the 2 bishops opened up very nice pieces. The bishop on b7 is a monster. So I think, Morsin is defending. He needs a miracle to survive this. He takes on g5. Vincent takes on d6. And with 1 minute on the clock, playing this position, well, but he's a brilliant defender. Morsin is saving everything usually.
Yeah, and as we know, he was the world rapid champion, so he's not going to feel too stressed out playing on 30-second increment.
Exactly. And rook h3, wow, actually rook h3 is a brilliant move. Maybe Vincent missed it? I'm not sure, but it's a move that can very easily be missed.
Yeah, now he might be in time to kick the knight with rook g3, and it's still hard to prove an advantage.
Yeah, of course, black can maybe just play a move like h5 or, I don't know, just cement this knight and have beautiful compensation. But yeah, now actually, I feel that white probably has good chances of saving it.
Computer seriously disagrees. He is claiming that there is a miss here.
Oh, wow.
But we don't see it yet.
And just to finish our thoughts also by covering all the games, Chigayev is making progress and should win. Ah, wow. In fact, we are getting information that the reason why Vincent's clock is red because he is low on time.
No,
so this clock situation is not correct.
No, but we see an evaluation right below, no? And it is saying that black has some serious chance here.
Yeah, black has. I'm just saying that Vincent is in time trouble because of his clock situation was meant to be different.
No, I think the font is just indicating like whose move it is, I think.
Ah, okay.
But here after rook d1, knight d1, he probably has a chance to find some direct approach.
I was trying to read the clock. Could you read the clock there on the board or not?
No, I wasn't trying to. I'm trying to see if bishop d6
bishop
or something
d6
wins.
on the board. Yeah, this is a very strong dynamic move. It feels like the move because white is just not in time to consolidate. That was the problem. Bishop f4 check is a huge threat.
I think he may have underestimated how clumsy it is with the knight on d1 to get out of this position.
Yes. Wow, rook h3 looked like such a great idea. I completely missed it. That's why I was under the influence that this was super smart, and also believing Morsin being a brilliant defender. But now, how does he defend this? In the meantime, Magnus opted for rook d8 and rook a5, rook d2. That's also a very sharp, tricky kind of ending. But yeah, now let's stick to Morsin against Vincent. Bishop d6, the dynamics in black's position. Yeah, the bishops are such power in situations like this. And the bishop on g1 is dead.
Yeah, and so far with the bishop on d6, the rook on h3 also isn't really in play. He might have to go something like rook d3, but that seems very sad.
Well, maybe we can even go to the main board, yeah, because I don't see in any other game a direct action. So this gives us a chance maybe to have it on our big board. And yeah, Vincent's body language signaled, and the clock seems to be right. Yeah, I'm seeing there, I can't, 10:53?
Yeah, 10 minutes looks about right.
Yes, 10:53. And Morsin is down to 30 seconds. Is bishop f4 check?
If he has to play
knight.
Yeah, he's playing rook d3,
d3,
but this is a very sad concession. Because black can at least take on g2, and you can't take on h7 because of bishop e4, and it will be very much an uphill battle to save this.
Yeah, because then black has all the benefit and always this bishop f4 check is there.
We could also just check on f4 immediately, trade the rooks, and then maybe go for something like h6.
But that is a little bit maybe even too soft. I like your bishop g2 very much, yeah, keeping all the dynamics.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yes, bishop g2 felt to me
there
like...
are even ideas with something like bishop f1 there at some point.
Bishop a6.
Yeah, that's what I was going for with bishop f1, but he can do it immediately because the rook runs out of squares in a way.
Oof.
Knight e6.
But the knight gets trapped. Yeah, I'm taking bishops to c4. Bishop d3, knight d8, bishop c4. Yeah, I'm trapping the knight, I believe. Yeah, Morsin knows, he's shaking his head because the bishop simply stops all the escaping squares from the knight. Then the knight has to jump to c6, but that knight will be simply be trapped by king b7. Knight has to fall back to d8 and then king c7. That's it.
Yeah.
A very big win for Vincent if he managed to pull this, and it seems so.
Yeah, he checked it again. Now he sees it, and he will go bishop c4.
I think he has seen it from the beginning because he played bishop a6, bishop takes this so quickly, assuming that, yeah, bishop c4 will win. He not just double, triple checks.
I don't think there are too many variations there.
Yeah, not at all. On the board, bishop c4. It is so painful because normally if you have a bad position, you still dream of, okay, if I have bad position, I can fight, but here you just cannot fight.
Yeah,
That's
I think this might be a resignation moment very soon.
The bishops.
The other pieces are also just too passive to really mount a resistance if you give the knight for a pawn or something.
Yeah, b3, bishop falls back all the way to g8, I believe. No need for anything else. Hide the bishop as far as possible.
Yeah.
That's also a golden rule, I believe, in chess, that against the knights you fight with the bishops as far as possible, not to run into any forks, any tricks, any checks. And king b7.
And this does look like game over. I don't believe he will play down a piece.
Yeah, there is just horrible pawn structure also that you cannot claim that I have 2 pawns after knight takes a7. Yeah, and there is resignation. Very big win for Vincent. He's 4 out of 4.
Not just
yeah.
yet. Not just yet.
For me, because every day is double round and this is the 3rd day, I always think like it's the 5th round. Yeah, for some reason. Yeah. It is kind of the natural way of thinking, but it's wrong. It is the 4th round. So huge win. So we know already Vincent 4-on-4, Nyepo 4-on-4.
I think that's everyone so far.
Yes, so far. Magnus is trying to keep his incredible run alive. Let's take a look. And the king starts its journey, just as what we talked about. King goes to g5. King is trying to get to g3 and then touch this fundament, move it away somehow, and then the f-pawn goes.
I think, unfortunately for Magnus, the drawing idea is too clear here. You take on e5, you trade one more pawn.
And then you will sacrifice
the rook, exactly. And even g3 doesn't change that because I will be in time to get the f4 pawn.
Yes, so it is Magnus to move, it's black to move. I also feel like, yes, maybe Magnus will not win this game, but it will still give some moral boost. It will cheer him up that from this horrible position that he faced, he actually managed to put some pressure.
Not sure. He doesn't look cheerful to me right now.
Okay, not cheerful just because of this record, but let's forget about the record that last year 9 out of 9, that was so special because it is special, it is impossible.
Yeah.
If he makes it again, then that 9 out of 9 will not look that impressive at all. That, so he can do it anytime? No, let's appreciate that 9 out of 9, that was historical. And with 3.5 out of 4, he still has very good chance of winning the tournament.
I'm thinking that actually, if he plays something like king h4, let's say, and white goes rook e5, and we go rook takes a2. Yeah?
But I thought that anyway the e-pawn and the king will be the one.
Are you in time, though, to get to the e-pawn?
Well, I believed you. I trusted you. You highlighted so nice.
No,
that
I meant that white would use the a-pawn, but if Magnus takes the extra move to take the a-pawn, then perhaps white has to be precise to some degree.
So this is your line.
Yeah.
King h4, rook e5, rook a2, and then, okay, for example, rook f5.
And then I go king g3.
King g3. So...
But perhaps just fg4.
I play fg, yes. fg, you have to take with rook on g2.
I think so, yeah. And
yeah, let us also put it because it might get a little bit more complicated. Longer rook f5 is logical, king g3 very logical, f takes g4, rook takes g2, and I envision this, that basically I will probably just push. I don't know if king should come first or...
Yeah, this one or even g5, it doesn't matter.
Yes, but basically even if I'm just doing this business, I mean, here it's already even dangerous. So
yeah, okay, but rook e2 or king g4 and it will be a draw.
Of course, yeah. Then
I believe we have moves though.
Yeah, we have a move. Rook takes g2. Okay, rook takes e5 is blitzed out. King h4, and this was your original line, yeah? When you felt like even the a-pawn will be there for...
Yeah, f takes g4 will happen, and then there is not much else to this game.
It's interesting that I always in my mind thought like, so e5, king c5, and then I was not counting on the a-pawn at all. But I did not calculate, it was just my intuition that, okay, that's how I will save it. In the worst case, but maybe it's not even needed.
He's taking a moment if there are some tricks here, but probably this will happen on the board, and we will see a draw very soon.
Alexei Sadana has beaten Badu Jobava.
Also moving to 4 out of 4.
Also moving to 4 out of 4. And Nodiabek has all the chances of winning against Harika. And Duda won against Kamalidanova. This is only important because this means that Duda will be 3.5. And Kamalidanova's run has ended for the moment.
Still, though, 3 out of 4 is a very good result, especially
Yes.
if in the contention for the top 3 women's spots.
And Lenier drew, so he got stopped. Gatakamsky plays against Alexander Kostenyuk. That's also very special. And Niklas Huschenbett lost. Oh, okay. But yeah, we will
check
the
those
results,
out
yeah.
in a moment. We're waiting for Amin to secure the draw here. He wants to take it.
He should.
I mean, I don't know why you would think about something like Rook F5. There is no point to it, I think.
Yeah, because it's just the worst version, yeah.
Yeah.
But he has time, it's also justified, yeah. Let's calculate it till the very end. Yes, he takes FG4.
Probably King G4, yeah? I would think.
Yes, sooner or later you will, but okay, you can play
this
F3
way, yeah.
and Rook F5, King G4, yeah, it's... And then your line was A4, or what was...
Yeah, basically you play A4 and at the
Yes.
last possible moment you give the rook.
Yes, this is very, because now with the king on G4, the E pawn cannot move and I don't want to waste the tempo. In my mind it was King H4, King G3, and then I thought like, okay, I will give and I push rely on E pawn. So now I understand why you had the other line in mind. And then just A4, A5, and black will need some time to get this construction going, winning the rook. And by that, white will be very far advanced with the A pawn and the king.
Well, only one pawn left. Just put the rook behind, and that's all you need.
The rook belongs there. It is famous.
We
Put
go-
the rook behind
In
the...
some title Tuesday, we would see some cheap trick by black, like rook F5, rook B2, hoping for king C3, rook A2.
Okay, so title Tuesday. Rook F5, rook B2 check, king C3, rook takes A2, and be careful, you cannot pick the F3 pawn up like that. But here the players have time. They also have 30 seconds increment. Plus this is not online, it is over the board. I always feel like over the board, at least for me coming from the older generation, my brain is so much more sharper. Yeah, I can play so much faster and with so much more confidence that I'm having things under control than online.
Yeah.
I feel that in online, if I play and everything goes smoothly, I'm okay. But at the first hurdle, when something unexpected happens, I can just collapse. Over the board, I have this confidence that I can handle first, second critical moments. I might collapse later, but...
Do you think Magnus is already thinking about his lunch?
No, I think Magnus should be thinking about should he join us or not. Because yes, he did not win this game, but after all, this is a win in my mind, having seen this game. All those critical moments in the beginning. Yeah, rook F5 played. King takes G4. Also the quietness with
He
which...
has to watch out a little bit, because after A4, rook E2, he would have to hurry up with giving the pawn, yeah?
Oh, wow, this is actually tricky because there is rook F4
Yeah.
coming in. That's why Amin is taking his time, because it's if it would be so trivial, he has to double, triple check, and I'm not happy that he has to calculate things.
He might have to go via rook G8, rook G1 to give the pawn, to give the rook for the pawn. I don't think he wants that, but maybe it's just sufficient.
How good that he's not down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think here king C5 or something, as you wanted to do, is also very much a possibility.
But he's about to move A4.
No, I don't. I think he might move the king.
Yes?
Oh no, he
No,
goes
A4,
A4.
yeah,
okay.
yeah, no, his hand was way far to the other side. And rook e2 blitzed out, of course. Magnus is Magnus, asking some questions. No draw yet. You had your chance maybe to win the game. You missed it. Now I'm torturing you. I'm putting pressure.
I think he might have calculated, though, just king b5, rook e4, rook f3.
Yes. Normally, I like to calculate something like this to make sure that if it's a draw, then I don't blunder anything.
It looks to me like it's enough, so you don't have to rely on anything funny like rook f8.
Exactly, because the rook on e4 also stops black's king of coming to e4. So what we are talking about is rook f3, king takes f3, and a5, and the king is not in time to be fast enough. But it is easy for us to say. I mean, has to decide.
Yeah, but he has 7 minutes. He doesn't need more than 1 to calculate this precisely.
Exactly. But his problem is that he thinks like, probably I can do this, I can do that, and then you are hesitant that which draw should I take, and both of them are a little bit tricky.
No, but I think if you see rook f3 works, then you just go for it.
Because after rook moving away, for example, to f8, there is also this rook e5 check, and then rook...
Confusing even more,
Confusing, yes. Rook f5, rook g5, f2, and my king is on... No. If we can take it, takes, and a5, then we have to take all the time that we need to calculate. And I think it's a very simple draw.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to mess up after such a long game. Even if you were better, you want to at least take the half point securely. Yeah.
And he takes it. Bravo. Yeah, it is the correct decision. No fooling around, no tricks, just straightforward draw. And it's also instructive for our audience. Everybody can learn this method, giving up the rook, and then with the king and the pawn together. If the black king is not quickly in time to join the action, then it is just a trivial draw. We keep on marching forward together. And then eventually the rook has to be sacrificed for the pawn.
King f4, a6, king e5 would be very
unfortunate.
Yeah. Yes. I think
Magnus might just...
He might just take it.
Take it, yeah. Enough is enough. No, okay. Rook e6 check, but invites king b7.
It doesn't really matter now.
But yeah, it's very tempting to continue the journey. The players are playing it out, so there is no need for us to say anything. The moves speak for themselves. King d5, a7. Yeah, king b6, the professional move.
Yes.
Kill it. Just
everyone watching, it is usually a good idea to body check the king, the black king in this case, with your own king, so he can't come closer. In this case, it didn't matter.
Yes. Wow. Okay, a draw, very hard for draw. And yes, I know those who are just following the score lines and think like, oh no, Magnus drew, now his historical run has ended. Well, he has, that's another aspect, but we are playing a new tournament. The aim of Magnus is clear to win the tournament, and I believe that saving and then even confidently at the end being able to put some pressure sets him in a good mood.
He will most definitely be looking to win in the evening. I think this game, he will be, I think more than anything, a little bit angry at the starting position, because it did kind of low roll in his case. But I think it was a very well played game. He was in some trouble, but never really over the line. And
yes,
we will see how he does it. Now
and
there are.
Wow! Okay, this is the position of Hans Niemann. His pawns are queening.
They are at least one of them, but with how many there are, it might even be more.
King a3, basically it is not game
Yeah,
over.
he was grinding a position for a long time in a rook endgame, and finally his persistence gets rewarded. We also see resignation here.
And there is the resignation, yeah. So basically Hans Niemann also moves to 4 out of 4, just like Vincent Keymer as Jan Nepomniachtchi. And also Sarana already.
So I believe, is the Fedoseev Chigayev game the only one with 100% score still going?
Probably.
Oh no, Nadirbek Yakubov as well. But I think
yes.
we should perhaps go to the Fedoseev Chigayev game, just because we haven't been covering it for a long time.
Yeah, and already that it is still in progress is a big success for Fedoseev, and actually his chances of surviving it are increasing, because if he's not losing by force, he might save it.
At least black has to continue to be very precise, and despite the reduced material, there's still a lot of moves coming.
Yeah, wow. Wow, at least, okay, there is some hope. I don't know, it is of course bad, but the problem is that King G6 runs into Bishop D7, yeah, that is the problem. I'm trying to first understand this, because I was so happy that, okay, if I eliminate the G pawn, then somehow I can give up the rest.
I feel like this might end up in a position where black has that extra double B pawn, and then we will see some incredibly long maneuvers to try to win this.
Yes, that is a horror scenario, because then even the 4 o'clock round might be in danger. You know,
absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but so far Fedoseev has to find a way to.
Yes, C3.
Play it, yeah. C3. I was worried about the rook C5 here, but let's see what he has in mind.
Yeah, just.
Does he want to go King G3? But that should probably not work. I don't know. I thought the rook endgame might be lost there.
Yeah, it feels very shaky. Usually the longest games are played between the best friends. Yeah, this is the usual. Where the best friends make a quick draw, or they have the most brutal fight till the very last minute or second.
Yeah, rook C5 on the board.
Yeah, no, not yet.
Ah, no, that's
not yet. That I made.
Yeah? Okay.
I made on the analyzing board. Yes, no. This is the current position, so I won't be in fact moving now the pieces, because there's not so much line to. We're talking about just with arrows. That Alex mentioned this rook C5, King G3. Seemingly this is good news for white, but after rook takes B5, King takes H3. You wanted to protect, or what?
I think I wanted to go rook D5, just kind of full
you just
steam ahead.
simplify rook D5, and I cannot take with the king because of rook G5 check.
Yeah.
So then I'm losing the pawn and king, and if I have to take with the rook, then my king is even further away.
And rook D3 wins the second pawn.
Yeah, and the king is also still cut, so yeah, that should be hopeless. Then what is Fedoseev relying on? Or there was just nothing he could do?
We will see, because it is also, you are a little bit nervous when you are offering these kind of trades with very limited material as black. So Chigayev is using some time here. And there we go, rook C5.
Rook C5, yeah. And it was all written on Fedoseev's face. He knows it. Yeah, seeing such an incredible player like Fedoseev going down like this, without the slightest of chances, it is very unfortunate.
Peter, I believe we have a special guest here, so I will let him join you.
Yeah, this is great news. This is great news because actually we have missed out of covering this game because it had a rather slow affair, and there is no better person than he himself to explain all the finesses, all of things that happen in the game. Just a second, everyone. Everybody will be super happy about the news. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome Hans Niemann to the studio 4 out of 4. It was a little slow start. You did not try to benefit to the maximum. What were your thoughts? And the reason why I gave you the mouse, because we very much appreciate that you are joining us, and we don't want to rob more time than you want to spend. With the mouse, you can navigate, you can show us as much as you please. We very much appreciate it.
Well, obviously, I have never analyzed this position, but I overheard last year Fabiano and Levon discuss it.
In Paris, no? There was also in Paris.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I wasn't there, but here last year they were discussing in the room, and I overheard the conversation that we analyzed the D4 super strong, and I remember them saying, that this is already super dangerous because because I love to play the Italian. And this is the dream Italian.
The turbo
I mean, how could I resist? How could I resist? I mean, it's a dream come true. I mean, my results with the regular Italian are pretty good. But with the ability to castle in one move, I mean...
and the rook is joining the party
exactly,
immediately.
Everything completely. So, he plays like a sort of a Dutch. Felt like it was an okay position.
Yeah, Dutch or Rouser.
Yeah. I thought, I'm not in a rush. I mean, his bishops are not that great. I thought my pieces are nice. I just wanted to sort of take my time. Probably wasn't that precise.
Wait a second, but this is now some Scheveningen Sicilian, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you during the game think about it?
No, I don't have such an imagination.
That's why you enjoyed it so much, yeah? Because I compared it, but this already looks like more or less normal chess.
Yeah, but I guess with the king being a bit weaker, it makes it sort of different. But I felt like I wanted to just keep it very simple, and then he probably underestimated in 95.
Yes, this was the moment when we saw
bishop
it.
E6, and if queen A7, I have F4, and you can't take because this was... This I understood from it, and this was sort of where things went wrong, and he took a lot of time here. Yeah, maybe bishop E3 wasn't so precise. I think he should have taken and played queen F6, after which I would play queen A5, C5, rook D3. Initially, I blundered F4, take queen before C6.
Ah, wow.
And then I didn't...
Actually, it reminds of some Petrov kind of
yes,
stuff.
Actually,
yes,
you have great visualization.
I'm an opening expert.
I would not have thought of Petrov unless you said it. So anyways, I just wanted to activate my bishop. But after C4, I mean...
Wow.
I have such an amazing clamp on the position. His time is going down, so I tried to just be as simple as possible. Yeah, this was a moment. I could have played C5 as well. Maybe it would have been stronger. Because if here I just take and play queen B6, and he has no any way he moves.
Wow, beautiful line, yeah?
But I wasn't sure about take, bishop C8. And I understood, okay, I was probably winning, but I didn't want to calculate. So I just thought this was quite smooth, a free pawn. But then he defended resourcefully. I mean, this position, I mean, it's... Yeah.
Oh, wow, so this happened, yeah?
Yeah, wow, yeah, so maybe it was a draw, but probably practically very difficult, like sort of take all these pawns.
And also he was down to his last minute.
Yeah, he's down. I mean, I didn't see how to hold this, but maybe because my pawn's sort of running, I mean, I don't have
so this king E2 was probably the losing move, yeah? According to the computer. But okay, how do you calculate, how do you navigate this
exactly.
with, maybe if you have
I
half
at least
an
thought
hour.
I'm never going to lose. I have too many pawns to lose. So maybe this. Yeah, I don't really understand what the move is. Maybe here. Yeah, I mean, I'm
Yeah,
kind of guessing, even with.
Not even.
I mean,
Yes. It is a computer, yeah.
yeah. I could have been more precise, but I think practically.
Wait a sec. But no, if even rook d8 doesn't, you will cut on the e file.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Like from afar, I had sort of understood that this had to be winning, but I don't understand how this is a draw. I mean, if this is a draw.
Well, then out of curiosity, can we just take the h6 pawn and then check if rook d8 was the move or not? Because then we will be more smarter, yeah? Instead of king e2, if suddenly rook d8 computer...
No. You just...
yeah, it looks hopelessly lost, yeah.
I don't know,
All right, so you have to be a computer in order to...
Yeah, I mean, I've tried many moves. I mean, maybe it's a weak engine, I don't know.
Yes, I don't know it.
Yeah,
It is just so funny, yeah. In any case, so okay, you won a very convincing game. It was a slow game. You won. You know, I don't know if you have heard or not, in the first round, you played not an easy game.
No, in the second game.
It was a symmetrical stuff there with this e4, e5, and then move 4, you played c5.
Yeah.
And at that moment, I called out to our audience and I said that I'm loving this move, I'm loving the mindset that you are showing, because you are not showing that, okay, I have a weaker opponent, I have to try to beat him as quickly as possible and so on, that you were patient enough.
Yeah.
And then you traded queens and then slowly ground him down. That was my kind of feeling, and I feel like you are somehow patiently collecting your points.
Yes, well, I mean, to be honest, I really have been sleeping badly, and I'm still jet lagged. So when you don't have much energy, you play old man's chess. And ironically, when I won the Grenke Open with like 7.5 out of 9, I had an ear infection and I was in the hospital. And there, I also played old man's chess, and I crushed. So perhaps I have to, perhaps having less energy makes me a bit more objective or reasonable.
And cautious, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've actually always said, like, why do I play so well when I'm sick? And someone quite wise said to me, it's because when you're sick, you're more cautious and less ambitious, and those are your two biggest problems as a chess player. So perhaps, I mean, in the long term, being sleep deprived isn't great, but...
And what is more or less your jet lag, that when do you fall asleep?
No, it's just that I'm struggling to fall asleep, like 2, 3.
So you're having my schedule. And everybody knows that the first half an hour during the broadcast, I'm a dead man. Then the energy is coming back and so on.
I had to be in New York until the 31st. Usually I would come to Europe at least a few days before, acclimate, but I mean, I had other commitments, so I usually never play jet-lagged like this, or I try to avoid it at all costs.
And I heard you said in one of your interviews at the beginning of the tournament that you haven't been more relaxed than
No, but this is great. I mean...
it's freestyle, right?
But it's just... The thing is that in Canada, and the candidates, we saw people blaming their team. In freestyle, there's no team to blame. There's no preparation to forget. But no, of course, this is... I mean, you look at the games, they're so interesting. There's such a fight. I mean, the more I play freestyle, the more I kind of get bored by regular chess.
Well, you also seem to me you like it, you have a good feel for it. You also have a confidence to make decisions.
I mean, to me, it's such an interesting game. It's like, just from a game perspective, it's just I mean, I've said this multiple times, it's just, in my opinion, it's a better game, because all the opening memorization is not in the spirit of chess. I mean, the spirit of chess is using your brain at the board, and we have too many all this preparation is sort of ruining, I think, the core spirit of chess.
Yeah, and how do you sympathize with the players who got the black pieces today in this first round? Because I think this is one of the most nightmarish scenarios.
Of course. In my opinion, obviously it's nice that this is a classical format. I think that in my opinion, chess should adopt sort of a knockout format. So for example, instead of us playing this classical game, why can't we play a 2-game rapid match where we have both colors? Because there's a lot of variance with the starting position. So what if in a critical game you need to win with black, but you get something where white can play very easily? Of course there are flaws to every format, and you can always find something to complain about. But I would say, of course, this is nice that it's a classical event. I understand the Open is classical as well. But, I mean, if freestyle is so great, why are we ruining it with classical chess? I mean,
well, as a commentator, I very much appreciate that it's classical because we have time to explain.
But the viewers don't, I mean...
no, but we try everything so that they can at least try to follow, try
the
to
chess
understand.
fans, I know, I'm sure you personally do a great job, but I'm saying, I mean, like, why... I think that because even in the Freestyle World Championship, we're playing rapid. So I think since freestyle is like a new thing and it's a great venture, I think they should try to stick to 1 or 2 at least time formats, because 2 games of classical day is tiring. But even, I'm playing a match against a Wonder. Right after this, that's 60 plus 32 games a day. And we play 6 days. So I'm certainly a fan of the format, mainly because I want to increase my classical rating. But yeah, I mean, it's a good format.
My first reaction was when I saw this 534 position that I'm asking for a petition, I'm signing immediately. Let's change it. That was my
we should certainly remove certain positions. And there's also, I mean, in my opinion, when every single game should be a match. I understand that chess is 1 game, but kind of how Norway chess has the Armageddon at the end, in my opinion, every single result needs a winner. In most sports and decisive events, there's always a winner. So I think that's something that's lacking. So if there's a draw, you play a second game, but shorter. Or there should be some decider. I mean, having a draw or having people not incentivized, once you start forcing people to win, you completely change the dynamic of the game.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I remember that already Rustam Kasimjanov, like some more than 10 years ago, was coming up with this, that after classical game, if it's a draw, you play a rapid, and you
there needs
keep
to be
on.
some decider. I mean, I think the draw is a terrible thing for the excitement of chess. I mean, you don't, in decisive football matches, you go to penalties. I mean, you don't have a tie in the World Cup, right? I understand for regular season matches, there are draws. It's not as consequential. But I guess chess is developing, and freestyle is one of the leading people behind this innovation. So I'm sure that they're always very receptive. So I'm sure that things will naturally evolve.
Yeah, then of course with the penalties also there's always the controversy that, okay, then suddenly there's a tragic hero, who misses the penalty, and usually this is always one of the best players in the team.
Yeah.
Like I remember in Italy it was Roberto Baggio who missed in '94 the decisive penalty, and he was my favorite player, and I was suffering with him, and I can imagine how it was for him. But yeah, I still remember, and this matters a lot.
Well, that's good. You remember.
It's a historical,
you haven't
exactly,
forgotten.
Historical moment.
Yes.
So Hans, thank you very much
you
for joining us. We wish you the best of luck, and we are already thrilled to see the 5th round with some incredible pairings.
Thank you. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah. That's good news. It's a deal.
Yes.
Yes, so actually Fedoseev is still fighting, but this is exactly the line that Alex was calling it out. And even I feel like this final king d6 move is the cleanest. Well, everything wins, but Maxim is also very precise. The king is coming, the king is kind of cut off on the 3rd rank. Yeah, rook g6 check is played. The only problem, is it true? No, actually it cannot be true that Maxim has only so little time on the clock. Is it true?
It can absolutely be, but I think he would be saving his time a little bit. Also, Fedoseev cannot have flagged, that much at least.
Yes, I'm trying to read on our screen. Yeah, he has time.
Yeah, he has, I think, a few minutes.
Yes, he has 2
And
minutes because
Fedoseev as well.
his body language signals that I have time enough. That isn't an issue. I just want to make sure that do we play King C5?
I think we. I mean,
I think
we
we play
don't
King
play
C5.
King C7. Yeah. So.
And we don't play King D5. By the way, I think also King D5 should be winning, but why on earth?
Yeah,
of
this
course,
is like, King D5 is like a move by move thing, and
you don't want to do
yeah,
that.
King C5 is just winning.
King C5 is the move that basically one
Yeah, there we
feels
can
it's a
see it.
resignation.
We can see
yes.
it. Fedoseev is at 1:43, and Chigayev closing in on 3 minutes. So they have a little bit of time to make some short calculations.
Yeah, very nice. Now we have seen the clock. The clock won't be an issue, and Chigayev will be also moving to 4 out of 4.
Yes. I've also talked to him quite recently, and he was very much looking forward to this event. So I think he has great confidence in his freestyle skills.
Yeah, his classical openings are not his main strengths.
Yeah, it's he generally likes to take some risks in the opening, and here he has all the creativity he needs to make it work.
Yeah, okay, it is not that dramatic, so we will keep an eye. At the same time, we'll just scrolling a little bit results. But if I see something important, I can mention.
Nadirbek Yakuboev also moved to 4 out of 4.
Exactly, yeah, that is very important. Yeah, so Harika and Kamledanova lost their games, and they are on 3 points. Yeah, here we see round 4 results.
These are people on 2.5 out of 3 for the most part. Everyone below the board of Duda.
Yes, and this is another question for me, that why isn't Levon there? I know that he has 2.5 out of 3. That what are these tricks sometimes that, by the way, Liang Gavan there is, he lost, so he has only 2 points, now he has 3. So it's a bit of a mix in my mind. I don't see the logic behind. Nikita Vityugov, after losing that first round game, which we were not sure what happened.
He's on the comeback trail, yeah.
Yeah, he's on the comeback trail. 3 points. Aravind Chithamram stopped the bleeding, won his game. He's also on 3 points. Our very good dear friend Niklas Huschenbeth lost to Jonas Roshnand. Roshner already drew there with Lanier. No, wasn't he the one who drew with Lanier? So
yes, I believe so, yeah.
he's having a tremendous event. And Karthikeyan also bouncing back from his yesterday's loss. All right, back to the King C5 position, which we felt like it might be the resigning position.
No. I think Fedoseev will play on. I don't know how, but...
But what you can do, yeah? Your king is
as long
cut.
as he has the pawn, he will play on.
Yeah, look, G7. Okay. Now I can already take on D5 with the king. And after rook takes B7, I play, I don't know, King C6, and I really look at my opponent closely. That you still want to continue this game? Does it really
He
give
played
you any
rook
pleasure?
D3, yeah?
Yeah, and yeah, that is the absolute clinical. That was my very first thought. Suddenly I panicked for rook C7 check, but okay, rook C7 check, I can still take on D5, so nothing changed.
I believe White would need to magically win about 3 moves to make this a contest.
Exactly, and even then I think it's not enough.
Yeah, because ideally he would need to take the pawn on B7 and then put the rook all the way in front of the remaining B pawn.
Exactly, and also bring the king
And
to
also bring
E3
the
at
king,
least,
yeah.
yeah,
And,
so that we talk about the position, yeah. And then it is the theoretical draw, but these are like 6 moves.
Yeah, we see rook C7.
Yeah, rook C7 check, it was the only move, and now we don't want to step in front of the pawn. We can, but why should we? King takes D5.
Yeah.
And after rook B7, King C6 cemento. Okay, yeah, he brings the king. But the point is that black...
Do we play rook E3 here?
But I wanted to highlight that actually it's enough just to cut on the D, but yeah, if we can, why not? Just, okay, rook E3 and...
Yeah, he's trying for something like B5, King F2, B4, King E2.
Rook
Yes.
d4, king e3, trying to kick the rook away. And
Yeah. No. Let's just play rook e3. No, he goes b5. Okay, showing super confidence, but I felt like rook e3 maybe forces resignation on the spot.
Now after king f2, he will have to play one more move.
It is just so completely hopeless. Very difficult to analyze.
Play b4.
B4, yeah, he just...
King e2, and now he needs to find a way to close out this game. He probably has something very concrete in mind, because to me it looks a bit strange to allow this.
Yes, exactly. Unless you calculated the force sequence, yeah, rook c3.
And he gets the king to b3. Okay.
Yeah, that is his setup. It's very effective. I just felt like there is even no need for it. But
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, if you see it, these are just positions that any strong player will automatically recognize, and then he doesn't need to calculate anymore.
yeah, he can close his eyes. He can have had a very rough night, not sleep at all. He knows that that's it. It is just impossible not to win this.
Yeah, I believe here Fedoseev might resign. I don't think he will make Chigayev show him that he knows how to build a bridge with the rook.
Yeah, building a bridge. And the big clash between Gatakamsky and Alexander Kostenyuk, two legends of the game, ended in a draw. Dina Wagner drew against Aryan Chopra. That's a great result. Let's not forget, yeah, 3 ladies will qualify for the next FIDE Freestyle World Championship. So all this collecting points against strong players probably mean a lot.
Yeah, I'm also not sure what the tiebreak situation is, like how it would be resolved for the spots and or prize money, but we can have a look into that a bit later.
Yes. Dennis Wagner beating Maria Muzicuk, a very big news for the Wagner family, yeah, if we think about
Yeah, it's a good day for their chances. Yeah, they put in the
maximum
effort.
efforts, yeah, kind of draw against a superstar and a win against Maria Muzicuk. Let me see some other.
I wonder, did we miss Levon, or did he disappear somewhere in the
No,
abyss?
he's actually here, but I saw already during the pairings on chess results that somehow by accident or something they put him very low.
Ah, okay. Perhaps he has some kind of special board or his opponent.
Yeah, maybe. Yes.
Okay, Fedoseev does not believe yet.
Bortnik has won his game. That was very important because yesterday he lost to Hans Niemann. Sergei Movsesyan against Sergei Sklokin, the Armenian prodigy, who is just 12 years old, held Sergei Movsesyan to a draw. Artur Yusupov beat Ina Gaponenko. Let me
Yeah,
see
we
some
see
more.
most favorites prevailing there.
Levon, where are you, Levon? Yeah, Levon drew with Gokar Khan.
All right.
Yes. So Levon is 3 out of 4. He dropped two
Yes,
draws.
suddenly you see this kind of pairing that you would expect much higher, and it should have been by points.
Exactly. Yeah, I just couldn't. Yeah, it is probably some special board. Cannot explain otherwise. Yeah, and here we see that maybe Fedoseev thinks about our broadcast, maybe thinks about our viewers. Let me force my opponent to show the winning method, the bridge that we have been talking about. So black will be very systematic. King a3, b3, against rook a8 check, the king will go to b2, then we do the same king a2, b2, king b1 business, and that's when the bridge will appear.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why he's playing on, perhaps just out of frustration, because any grandmaster will win this position in his sleep.
Of course, yeah. I think I was like 9 years old. If I would not win, then my trainer would just say, okay, stop playing chess, finish. No more lessons for you.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, there aren't any pitfalls, any tricks, anything you could really try here. It is just black wins this on autopilot without any questions.
It's looking at the score sheet, but it is already a second score sheet, so you cannot save or rescue, because I have this feeling that sometimes on move 60 you design so that you don't start a new score sheet, yeah, if it's a hopeless situation.
Sometimes I also feel like if I'm playing a very drawish position that I don't want to start a new score sheet for something that is entirely well.
I'm also gesturing to my opponent, come on, do you really want to? The arbiter is already standing there with the new set of score sheet, and you signal that, no, but do we really want this? Yeah, king b1, the pawn gets to b2.
And the rook will have to go to the a file, otherwise black plays rook a7, king a2, and queens the pawn directly.
Yeah, but here now we won't even need the bridge.
I mean, you can go to the a file, yeah, then you will need it. But
rook b8, okay, b2.
And rook a8, yeah, and then you will need to do it.
But well, I can give them rook d7 check.
King e2. And
okay,
yeah.
Yes, but I kick the king here. Okay, I mean, bye, yeah, okay. Yes.
I know, Fedosiev goes rook h8, but now I think rook a7.
Yeah, is your method.
I mean, rook d7 also works, but here rook a7 is, I think, the cleanest one. And king a1 is basically a pre-move.
Maxim is thinking like, we really have to play this, but it's all for the broadcast. I'm pretty sure Fedosiev is just want you guys, our dear viewers, to enjoy and to learn that this is the systematic way of winning with this pawn on b2. There we go, rook a7, and the resignation will appear. And as we talked about, yeah, Fedosiev does lose this game, but the fair play prize has to go to him for not going for the advantages. D4 move, he played 1 g3, wanted to play a slow game. Let us play a slow game. Don't want the lottery decide the fate of this game or that I get advantage. But his fair play gesture backfired.
We will see actually how many players are on 4 points, because we should know all the results. Yeah. But out there we see it.
And there is the resignation by Fedosiev. Very important and very smooth victory for Chigaev. It did take longer than it probably should have. And Fedosiev probably asked him, this is your gratitude for my 1 g3 move? And Maxim, what could I done? What could I have done? But no, they are, of course, discussing some position where maybe Fedosiev felt like he had a chance, or that Maxim could have won. He says that I completely blundered, queen takes a2. It's nice to see two gentlemen discussing after this heartbreak loss for Fedosiev, and he's still able to compose himself.
Yeah.
And he will want to come back. I'm pretty sure.
He is definitely better. So we will see. Here we have the results of round 4. We already see that the top 8 boards don't look anything like smooth sailing anymore. We have, most notably, Magnus Carlsen on board 1 making a draw against Tabatabaei. Very hard-fought game where Magnus was on the defensive for the longest time. And then we have Jan Nepomniachtchi on board 2, keeping up his pace, pushing on the board and on the clock, winning against Parham, Maksudlu, after what we considered a pretty good opening outcome for black here. What do you think, Peter? Was that just our impression? I think it was a very good fighting position for black.
Yes, and this is what I promised, that we will have a look at one position for 5 seconds. Just a second, here we are coming. Look at this. I mean, this, we talked about it, when the knight lands on e3, it means that black is doing fantastic in the Benoni. However, there is this knight on h4. Well, automatically my mind, knight on h5, knight on a5 here. Of course, in the Benoni it is on h5. And then suddenly Nyepo managed to coordinate for this king a7 was criticized by the computer, but it is a very natural kind of move because you protect the a6 pawn.
I believe it is tactically protected via some knight takes g2 right now, but...
probably, and maybe he could have played g5, it could be. Computer was very optimistic for black at this moment, and then just for the quick turn after knight d1, knight takes d1, rook d1, and followed by c2, c3, the cemento move. And from here on, basically, we have seen that white takes control. So that was the critical moment. Poor Parham, that he felt like, I have everything that I wanted, it's brilliant, and then he kind of probably relaxed. And in 2 moves, he was on the back foot. Just shows that, this Benoni positions are always very tricky, but the best person, of course, to tell you everything about Benoni is Alex. How would you put this in context, that what happened here with Parham?
I'm not entirely sure why he didn't kind of just keep going for it, because this is what you have to do in the Benoni. Maybe your position is bad, but generally you do not play solidly. You do not try to kind of hold on to the structure that you have, because it is too asymmetrical. White has too much of an advantage in the center inherently, and he should have probably just gone for something active here. We don't know exactly what it is. Maybe it is g5, maybe some other move, but basically he should have kind of kept playing as aggressively as he had. And
let me just try to see if g5. Yeah, it is g5. Yeah, g5 is the move. And then, of course, you have to calculate. Yeah, bishop takes a6. What's happening? Maybe actually even also some g4 will be a problem, because the knight will have to fall back to g1. Okay, a lot to calculate.
Yeah, it's a whole different game.
Yes, but then Nyepo, being Nyepo, of course, immediately jumped on the possibility, eliminated that knight, and then suddenly, probably Parham felt like he was enjoying his play. He thought like, okay, I have a nice position, but that knight and that structure, and then Jan beautifully turned, in fact, the Benoni into some kind of a Ruy Lopez, because I have some experience in the Benoni structures coming from the Ruy Lopez, and when white cements this, and then finally bishop came back to c1, that's when I felt like this is a lot of trouble for Parham. Here after bishop c1, I was sure that Nyepo will win the game. So huge win for Nyepo, a great chance for Maksudlu there, solving all his opening problems, even getting probably the upper hand, getting a very promising position. Just one mistake, and then Nyepo, of course, showed some brilliancy. The move 98, which, one more time, one high five, Alex. I'm really very happy that we are doing this together. I think we are covering, we try everything what we can, and here is the standings after round 4. 6 players.
6 players are left,
which means that all of them will face each other, so there is no such thing like one of the players with 4 points will drop down to Magnus, for example. This is kind of nice, and then...
Yes, and we see that there are kind of 3 very, very top players who've always been on stage. Will be facing each one of them, one of the slightly lower rated players who actually only Chigayev scored an upset win here, but still they are still looking to upset these kind of top 3 elite players, and we'll see what they will have in store in round 5.
Yeah, and look at also that the guys with 3.5 points will not get an easy opponent at all. How many brilliant players are there with 3.5, and there should be one more person, right? Because we only
I
have
believe
16
so, yeah.
names.
Yeah,
and
there's also one more player. I don't think we can see who it is, but
yes, let's just get maybe the information. We don't need the graphics if we get. While we get, let's just highlight. Yeah, so basically, how is the system working? That the top seed plays with.
oh, here we can see it. Oh, it is actually Dennis. I
Dennis
believe.
Wagner.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
the local hero. Dennis Wagner. Few words to Dennis. I think he very much enjoys the freestyle, no?
I think so. Yeah, he's not playing chess as much as he used to, but he took out time to come and play here together with his wife Dinara, and I think they're both doing quite well. So he's sure looking forward to the remaining rounds as well.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's the conclusion of our coverage of the first round of today, which was round number 4. And we'll be back with all the action round number 5 with some crazy pairings. Okay, we have to probably highlight Magnus Carlsen, who had an incredible run last year, winning the tournament with a historical 9 out of 9. Started the tournament with 3 out of 3 and finally was held by a draw by Tabatabaei. In a game where I feel like the draw, knowing what happened and how unpleasant the starting position was, actually is an achievement by itself by Magnus, but clearly his historical run has ended at the moment. Now he can focus on the tournament.
Yeah.
So thank you guys. Alex, you want to add something or be
only,
back?
only that we will be back in not a too distant future. In fact, less than 2 hours. And we'll be covering the second game of today, which will be round 5. Looking forward to seeing you again there.
Yeah, that's it from us. See you soon. Have a good lunch and be back soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Morsin and Keymer. Are you ready?